Let's try this again, now that I'm not having a sneezing fit. Good tidings, everyone. I wanted to... No jokes. One of my viewers, one of my people, hired Peter Jurassic to wish me good tidings today. Which I say without hyperbole is the reason this stream was delayed. Just want everyone to know that that was a thing that happened. And I'm still kind of processing a little bit. I'll show that to a few people later. So, in the off chance that nobody's ever heard of Good Tidings, because I get a couple new viewers every year, on May 3rd every year, I invented a holiday 8 years ago now that is designed to just be positive. You know, what Thanksgiving probably should have been, to be blunt. Although I didn't think of it that way. That was someone else who came up with it. The whole idea is to just wish someone well, to wish someone good and positivity, and that things go well for them. It is good tidings. Hence the term, hence the time. It's one of those funny things, because it was originally invented for the extant, but it very quickly developed into something that me and my family and friends actually celebrated in real life. And since I would mention it every year, it kind of turned into a thing that the show was aware of as well. You know, you guys were aware of. Which is why I repeat it every year. And spread the word of good tidings and having hair in your eye. It's one of my favorite good tidings to have. And I figured this is a good game to play on this, right? I mean, imagine if we were playing Metroid 1 today. Or Other M. Oh God. Imagine if we were playing Other M on Good Tidings. Anyways. Let's talk about Zero Mission. So, I've actually already talked about really all the behind the scenes we have for Zero Mission, but let's go ahead and run through it again for those of you who didn't watch the Other M stream. And for those of you who didn't watch the Other M stream, shame on you. That was a good stream. Fusion, so Metroid Fusion had already come out at this point in time, and Metroid Fusion's engine, which we actually already talked about, was based off of that of Wario Lands because, well, first of all, it's a neat platformer engine that was already designed for the handheld, but second of all, because that was what Sakamoto's team was used to working with, because, and I will keep repeating this, Sakamoto's team's actual flagship franchise is not Metroid, it's Wario. Go figure. So they put that together for Fusion. It worked, and it's why a lot of people probably noticed that this game plays a whole lot like Fusion. Now, something I talked about in more depth during the Other M thing is this was the era of the remake. A lot of the developers of this era had either grown up during the NES era or were developers themselves during the NES era. And now that hardware and money and support and infrastructure and just general concepts and design had moved forward so much, over a decade, that actually at this point about 2 decades, since the early days, a lot of people started getting into the swing of doing remakes, and Nintendo was really on the high end of that for a while there. They stopped doing it at about the DS era, but still, there were a lot of remakes for a while there for a lot of franchises, including, of course, things like Mario and Zelda, and also Metroid. So Zero Mission, they sat down and they really wanted, yeah, no kidding, they really wanted, Pokemon's another big one, they really wanted to, no, Asdamine, no, besides I've already 100% of this game, they really wanted to sit down and add more story to the game. And I know I talked about this during the Other M thing, but this is for the people who weren't there for that. Again, shame on you. Sakamoto really wanted to push the idea of story. He had been entranced with the idea of story in Metroid ever since Metroid 2, a game I remind you he didn't even work on. And he pushed for it in every game he worked on, up till and including Other M. So that's cool. So he really wanted to add a lot of story to Zero Mission, to 1, in other words, and flesh out the setting, flesh out the villains, flesh out Samus Aran as a person. And so that was his primary goal. Metroid 1 again, but like that. Now, did I grab that screenshot? Because we actually have early footage of this game. Looks like I did not. And so, this is going to be interesting. Hang on one second. The hell? Oh, right. That makes sense. Sorry, one moment. There we go. My apologies. Now, for those of you who played this game, you know what it looks like. For those of you who haven't, I'm going to mute this for a second. Pull this up here really quick. And just really crudely, I just want you to see what the game's original format was going to look like. Because when they were first making this game, it really was just a remaster of Metroid 1. And you could tell immediately just looking at Samus there. She's just Samus from 1 again, but with higher resolution, higher graphics. And yeah, it looks absolutely terrible. It looks so damned awful. Even the run cycle is designed to be the same run cycle that it was in the original. So this looks awful. Now, the thing is, nobody involved actually thought this was really a problem. However, there was one thing they were really pushing for, and that's the Western audience. For those of you not aware, the Metroid series has always sold better in the West than in Japan. Well, I shouldn't say always. Almost always sold better in the West than in Japan. Really, the only exception to that is Other M. And so they were like, hold on a second. Hold on. Why don't we go ahead and make this for Western audiences? Oh, that's a good idea. And I know this is like the 4th time I've talked about this now. So all I'm going to say is, as we talked about during the Mario series, as we talked about during the Devil May Cry series, as we talked about during the Mega Man series, there was this period, right about this period of time, where a lot of Japanese developers were saying, we got to make games for the West. Some of that worked out well. Some of it did not. In this case, though, I think it worked out well, because they really started thinking of, you know, the U.S. as regarding a major audience for the Metroid series. At least part of that is absolutely because of the primes. Yes, I have, act. I need to tell my brother-in-law about that soon. That was related to the thinking that got us Mystic Quest, but Mystic Quest was a full generation before this. Almost a decade before this, actually. Anyways, so we're going to touch up the graphics. We're going to make it more westernized. We're going to add more story. Done, right? And that's when they sat down and started really thinking about, well, what else can we do? Words like remake and remaster weren't really in the common parlance yet. In fact, if I'm being completely blunt and honest about it, the distinction between port, remaster, and remake is my invention. There are no industry standard words for these concepts. And it's kind of a gradient across all three. When you're making a game again, it's like straight port on the far left, like, say, the recent Command & Conquer games that were dumped onto Steam. That's straight port. Nothing done to touch it up at all. And then there's more and more you can do to make it more accessible, add fan patches, that's kind of like GOG stuff. And as we move forward to the remaster territory, that's usually when you do some graphical touches up. And if you get to a really good remaster, you start to add quality of life features and new control options, new accessibility options. Then we move into remake, where we start actually seeing updated level design and gameplay and story. And then we've got all the way proper remake at the far end. And then technically reimagining is on its own scale, but we'll talk about that in a minute when we get to Metroid 2. Anyways, so this is my terminology, but the gradient exists. And yeah, Dame Media is quite right. Super Mario All-Stars was a remaster. Nobody called it that. Except me. But this was originally a remaster, to use modern terminology. And they just looked at it and said, well, what else can we do to it? We've got time. That took hardly any time at all. And they're like, and what's really funny is someone in the office basically said, I don't have names, said, well, we've already touched up the graphics. What else do you need? And I wanted to pause there for a moment, because there's this weirdly prevalent concept that the only thing a game needs to be remade is to touch up the graphics, nothing else. I've always found that to be a weird thing. It's really common amongst developers and players both. I don't know why. I don't know where that comes from. It's very strange. Allow me to be very clear. If you're just touching up the graphics, you're in the realm of remaster. Low remaster, actually, along the gradient here. But they said, well, you know, maybe we could polish up the level design. Maybe we could smooth it. I mean, we've learned a lot, right? Because this is the team that made Fusion. And this game was made immediately on the heels of making Fusion. So they just kind of started tinkering with the levels. something I plan to show you is I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison of a couple of areas, mostly just the main Brinstar area, to show just how different it is, not just in terms of graphics or whatever, but also in terms of actually shifting game design philosophy, which I'll point out as we get there. So they kept changing, and we got Zero Mission, which an overwhelming majority of people agree is just better than Metroid 1 in every way. Unless, of course, you have the intellect to prefer Metroid 1, because only the smart people actually can appreciate a game such as Metroid 1, which is truly this... Excuse me. There's one last thing I want to talk about, but I actually can't get to that yet. I have to get to that later. So, now, let's go ahead and just watch the intro and enjoy that for what it is. There's our goal immediately. Take out the Metroids, take out the Mother Brain. I wonder why the game is off-center. Oh, it's not. It's just being weird. Manually compensate for that. And let's just get started immediately. Short to the point. 2004. It doesn't feel like a long time ago, but here we are. Oh yeah, I should show off the in-game demo. I apologize. We'll do that in just a second. Planet Zebes. Zebes. They changed how they pronounce it. Don't look at me. I called this place home once in peaceful times, long before evil haunted the cavern below. Now I shall finally tell the tale of my first battle here, my so-called Zero Mission. Now, I'm sorry. I should say that as Sakamoto himself intended. This is my so-called Zero Mission for the planet Zebes, the planet that I called home. The baby. Alright, so... so obviously graphics to updates are graphics, and the jump is so terrible! Alright. Wall jump is just wild in this one. You notice the enemies don't start here. We do start with the same general concept, facing forward, nothing on either side. We do still have a short-range blaster. So same general concepts here, except we can crouch! Oh my god, we can crouch! Wall jump is in this game, yes. I mean, I'm pretty sure wall jump is in almost every Metroid since like... Oh yeah, so info in game. Double tap that to take ball form and gain access to passageways. Tells you what it is, tells you how to use it. Also, I believe the first Metroid to do that, so info in game positive. God, this control's wild. And the wall jump is just completely, like, I don't want to say it's the opposite of supers, but it's the opposite of supers. Like, I could just wall jump for days in super, and I can't even manage two. Here, this is ridiculous. Anyways. So yeah, we have the crouch, so that's a negative removed. We have... smoothed over graphics, smoothed over visuals. I mean, audio. Unlearned super, yeah, it's not happening. Different colored ground this time to indicate... You know, because we can shoot down now, which makes sense. This is actually an interesting step, because if you think about it, in Metroid 1, if you could shoot down, you could just go straight to Kraid's Lair immediately, right? Because the only thing preventing you from doing this is you can't shoot down. So, they changed the block type. Sense make, right? I believe this is it, plain to all. Notice that even though... There it is. So I don't think we can even make that with the wall jump. Oh, well, that's okay. So, guidance, flow, all that stuff is normal. But then we've run into this. So let me go ahead and try to get this across here. Let me do what I said I was going to do. Let me do my job, shall we? Let's go and grab this really quick. So this is going to be a little weird. Please bear with me. I'm going to do a little bit of wonkiness to make this work. I'm going to go down to here. Chat is gone! I have removed the chat. Pray I don't remove it any further. Where are you showing that? There we go. Yeah, you shouldn't be taking input. Wait a second. There's an option that's wrong, and I thought I just changed this, and apparently I didn't. Seriously? Okay, cool. That's actually not cool. Let's just put her here. You just run to the wall for a minute there. Oh, I need to actually get this way first, don't I? Oh yeah, we start at, 30 health. Over here, that's it. Bigger change than it looks like. Get her against the wall. Yeah, so notice the difference in move speed. Also notice how even though... So the GBA has a much scrunchier screen, which is actually to its detriment in many ways, to be completely honest with you. Naturally, just like... Whoa-ho-ho there, buddy! We're almost dead. Naturally... just like with Metroid 2, they actually bothered to accommodate for that shrunk screen size in order to make the gameplay work instead of, being scrunched. Hang on a second, I'm at 1 health. You can't hear the low health beetle leaps, so trust me, they're there. Okay. Okay. Scooch, scooch, scooch. There we go, okay. So the left side is filled with enemies galore. In fact, I've already got to accommodate for that. You can already tell the difference in speed. Oh my god. They really want me to die! God damn it! Frickin'... Okay, hold up. Let's pause that for a second. Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to show you something and I'm failing at even reaching it. I hate Metroid 1 so much. Yep, Metroid 1 is extremely good. I need more of an intellect. That's what I'm missing. Okay, let's clear this area out a little bit. If I'm physically capable of doing that, I might not be. So yeah, there's a bit of more of an enemy spam in the original. Of course there is. Oh yeah, by the way, you cannot unlock hard mode at the start, which a lot of people complain about, which makes sense. Because hard mode increases damage taken. Like you do. Okay. So, get over here, Samus. So we encounter a door. Whereas she encounters this thing. We get a map immediately. So there's a map. It's actually a decent map. Based on fusions, which is, of course, a development of Supers. Gives us a destination, which was a thing that was added in Prime. Gives us a full heal. And then allows us to go forward to the door. This is the room I wanted to show off most. First of all, do you see the difference in that load time? So, on Zero Mission, even though both are at the bottom, Zero Mission makes it a lot more clear this is the bottom of the corridor. Now, rather than, hate myself... whoops, I actually did that wrong. I want to do this. Sorry, I want to do this first. So I'm just going to go up to that area, okay? So really quick, really quick. Just going to go up and up and up and up. Do. And I know you've already seen this twice, in fact, but I've always found that it's really helpful to have an immediate side-by-side comparison in order to really process things like this. Really process the content. Yeah, this is just dragging. This is just up and up and up and up. Pause to kill something. Fail at killing something. And up and up and up and up and up and up and up. Pause for a second. And up and up and up. And we're here, okay? Now, same thing. Wrong button. Notice it's not just the same back and forth, by the way. So, even ignoring if this was somehow magically the exact same height as the other one, it's not the same pattern over and over. So repetition is removed immediately. We also have a little bit of visual flavor as we're going. So we're looking at something different as we're going up instead of just the same freaking pattern. Notice how there's the terrain itself is substantially different and indicates new places to go, which require items we currently don't have. And we're here. Just like that. So it's shorter, it's more visually distinct, it's less repetitive. Because our movement speed is better, it feels and flows faster. Because our jump is tighter, it moves and flows faster. And because we have better control of our attack, with the addition of diagonals and being able to shoot down and whatnot, the enemies aren't as quite as a frustration. Oh, and we start at 99 health for this, pretty much guaranteed. Oh yeah, Roman Cure is absolutely right. It is also designed so that if you fall, you are unlikely to have something like this happen. Whoops, I slipped. Oh, okay. Well, I just have to start. Oh, I slipped again. Oh, no. Now, what's funny is this was done on purpose in Metroid 1 to allow you to go down quickly. But you can see how this could be very frustrating if you slip. I'll go ahead and stop here. But I wanted to showcase a direct, immediate comparison of the two side by side, so you can understand exactly what we're getting into here. This is just a different animal. So, interestingly, this room is completely different. If you remember, in the original Metroid 1, we have to go up to Brinstar, so first column in Brinstar, then to the right, to the second column Brinstar, then we have to go right in the first or second corridor, I forget which, to get a missile, to then go back to the first column in Brinstar, in order to go through the same area we're in now, in order to get the long beam, okay? Here, we go immediately here. Now, hold on. One of the biggest complaints I hear about Zero Mission is that it's too easy. I think that's inaccurate. Regardless of the ease or difficulty of the game, I think that those people think this game is easier because it's less backtracky, boring, and stupid. And I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. Way too many people conflate length with difficulty. If it takes longer, it must be harder. So again, in the original, you go across, then up, right, and then back, and then all the way up again in order to get to that. And that's how you get the first thing. In Zero Mission, you go right, up, and you're there. This is something, I don't actually talk about this as often as I'd like to, because it's not a feature in a lot of games. Flow. I talk about guidance all the time, but I talk about flow very rarely, because flow is usually not a thing in games. But in Metroid games, flow is king. You always want the player to feel like they're riding the wave of progression, for lack of a better way to put that. That's your flow. And in Zero Mission, whoosh is a nice smooth flow. Oh yeah, we can just hold the button to do this too. Good tidings, Brigwin. So notice how we can get out, but we cannot progress. We do not have the long beam. This is actually pretty smart. So the typical Metroid tutorialization adapted for the new concept. Instead of just straight up requiring missiles to get in here, Long beam. Fire long-distance shots with this beam. Press L and B to fire diagonally. So in addition to the long beam existing, it tells us flat out how to do this on the off chance we didn't know. Now we can get through this area. Oops. Notice a lot of these enemies are inclined to make you shoot up, either directly or diagonally. The long beam continues to be optional, although you'd be crazy if you didn't get it, but then again, low percent runs are a thing for a reason. Now, while we're here, I just want to show something off super quick. This room was fundamentally changed. So obviously in the original, they didn't really have things like scripts or triggers to show off stuff, so they just kind of made a room which required you to step on the platforms in order to make a platform show up. So there are ways to get across this without actually having to beat the two bosses. Here they tried to make it a lot more hard of a requirement. There's a freaking wall in the way. Also notice how they removed a lot of the enemy spam from this corridor, which makes sense. Whenever you're going through this corridor, you're going for this final thing, or you're experimenting with the final thing. In neither of those situations do you want to be fighting a bunch of enemies. We also... Yeah, 0% runs are crazy. We also then see our first Red Room. I believe Super was the first Metroid to actually have the Red Room concept, but here we are with Red Rooms. For those of you not aware, Red Room means a room in which you have to beat all the enemies to progress, based off of... We call it Red Rooms based because of Devil May Cry, but the concept actually comes from Zelda. So, a couple of things. First of all, we actually know where we are. We're in Brinstar. Now, I know that because, you know, duh. But I do like how it frickin' tells you. Second of all, I like that mural in the background. It's a nice way to kind of convey, you know, just the general concept and vibe of this being a former Chozo outpost. Which it always was, while we're on the subject. But now it's much more obvious and overt. That's, again, a thing pretty much borrowed straight from 2, which we just showed off yesterday. Oh, and whoever asked, Princess Bride was awesome. Thank you for asking. Well worth taking the time off to arrange. My niece was enjoyed. My family enjoyed. I enjoyed. Everyone enjoyed. Except for the people who didn't get to watch Zero Mission. I'm sorry. Your sacrifice was not in vain. So now we can get through here. Now we're to the second column. I'm going to pause for a second, because we've actually already got quite a few positives to jot down here. So let's pause a moment. We've already covered a surprisingly large amount of ground here. Let's take a second. So I like Super's map. This map is better. So this is probably going to be a double map plus here. So we're going to do this. The kids were more popcorny than I was, mostly because they ate all the popcorn before I could get any. So yeah, let's map it up. We've got tutorialization. We've got the intro, which we're still in. I would say we're in the intro probably until we get bombs. I don't know, it's kind of debatable, but we're definitely it's a good intro. We've got good tutorialization. I already mentioned that. They prefer salty popcorn. Yeah, Chozo are kind of the precursors of this setting. The precursors. Well, there's a few other ancient races. Mostly we meet a few of them over the Prime series. Oh, thanks, Braywin. What we do know is that, and this is deliberate visual storytelling, several of the ancient Chozo devices are then repeated elsewhere in the game as more modern civilizations borrowed from their designs. A little tidbit of that is in Super, all the stuff in the wrecked ship, which is a Chozo ship, that's ancient Chozo tech, and you'll see similar designs to stuff from that ship in other parts of the game, including the Zebatites, for example. And the little compactor droid dudes. Stuff like that. Because, yeah, the Chozo were the first ones, for lack of a better way to put it. They were the precursors. Anyways, so, map, tutorialization, intro, flow, like I just mentioned earlier. Early flow is really good. We've already got a tight intro, so we've got some brickwork. Probably one of the first really good brickwork games. In fact, the first good brickwork game we have covered. This is 2004, Roxy. So, we're a little ways in. I'm not sure when the GBA originally came out. Give me 1 second. Because I can find that out in 5 seconds. 2001. So, we're 3 years into the GBA's life cycle here. I'm not sure if the SP was out by this point in time. I think it wasn't. Or if it was, I didn't get my SP until after this. Let's look this up. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Apparently in 2003 the SP came out. My bad. Well, I didn't get my SP until after this. But, yeah, so. Yeah, no, the Chosen... Noctis is correct, Hexy. The Chosen were already on their way out as a civilization. Remember, something that isn't talked about a lot is we always talk about the Chozo as if they're one people, when in fact I think they're closer to 6. We see a lot of different factions of theirs over the years, and it's because they were getting very, very factitious philosophically. For example, just to use one example, all of the Chozo over in Prime 1 were of a completely different sect from all the other Chozo, and pretty much just pieced out and said, yeah, no, we're done with y'all, brah. Bye. Examples like that. So the Chozo were already kind of breaking up and doing their own thing. So each of the Chozo groups all had their own issues and their own problems, depending on which individual group it was. I do think... So hang on. Brickwork, sprite work, definitely. Music's better. Got down to music positive. Think about UI. Someone mentioned controls. I'm going to have to chew on that. I know that's really... I know I'm going to get some hassles. I know people are going to hate me for this. But I already prefer Super's controls over this. But I'll jot down a question mark. And we'll see how we feel about it as we go. I'm gonna jot down a potential camera negative. I don't think we're going to give it. But it's definitely going to be a potential because this is a GBA game, and a lot of GBA games have camera negatives because the GBA camera is terrible. Now, we didn't give that to Metroid 2, so we'll see how we do it here. Okay, so, second column. The thing says to go right, which means it probably... So we've already got our first missile door right off the bat. We can also go down. See what's down here. I'm going quite a way. I don't actually want to go all the way down to Norfair, but in the interest of testing, let's see how far we can stretch this. Let's see what it allows me to do. That's strange. There's a bunch of shaking going on up there, but I'm sure that's irrelevant. So, hey, I'll take the missiles. And it tells us how to do it. Press R and B to fire. Opens red hatches. It even tells us they open doors. Info in game. That's a positive. That's our first time we're giving that positive. Super will not get that positive. Info in game. That is awesome. Thank you, game. I know that sounds strange because, you know, manuals exist. But let's be honest with ourselves. As time and gaming have moved on, manuals have become less and less of a thing. And less available. Oh no! Oh yeah, drop rate's better, by the way. Very similar to Metroid 2 in that regards. And Super. Pretty sure this uses Super's drop code. I could be wrong. This is the first VOD, Bendelli. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, smart drops are good drops. So it looks like we don't have the ledge grab yet. I'm not sure when the ledge grab was added to the series. Oh. Whoops! Sorry. Bit of a muscle memory there, don't mind me. Fusion! That's interesting, since Fusion was before this. And this is using Fusion's engine. Get off me. Get off me. Oh yeah, we also have a mini-map. And save room. Yes, please. I suppose I should save over here. You never know. Why is this bug still on me? Get off me. Oh god, there's more bugs. Get off me. Hard mode. Spawn with 30 energy. Also, drops are much worse. I'm almost positive the only thing the difficulties do is change the damage and health, but don't quote me on that. I gotta say, I do like how I can actually tell where I am at a glance just because, you know, similarity to the original. Yeah, you really want me to have power bomb for that. Alright, whatever. Does someone mind, like, Googling? What does difficulty actually change? I'll look it up myself if I have to. So we're not supposed to go up, which naturally... No, I'm not going to do it. I'm way too bad with wall jump for this one. I can barely do it at all. Ugh. Listen, Dean. Only one missile to open doors. Oh, no kidding, Roxy. Additional enemies. Weaker anticipation, tougher variants. Increased number of Metroid, larvae, and Turian, and Chizodia. One of the rooms contagious is Zebetite, or Zebazian, excuse me. 2 save rooms are inaccessible. Increasing the difficulty of the 0 stats. That's not bad. That's probably good enough for a neutral difficulty. It's better than I was expecting, to be quite honest with you. Die, monsters. That's new. Yeah, the primes, as much as I love them, will get the difficulty lazy negative. Or lazy difficulty. No, Dakota. The jump continues to feel wrong. It's so heavy. It's I can't even describe it. It's weird. And yes, we do straight up have red rooms. Thank you, Game Geek. Always appreciate you. And good tidings. Aw. Enjoy the cleaning, enjoy the painting, moving of paintings. Is there a delay? Not that I'm aware of. Geek. Emblem, 3 houses. Good tidings, you. Echoes. MLP, G5, Streamations. Yeah, we're probably going to give a story positive to animations. Which game has the absolute best difficulty? Well, we haven't covered Dishonored 2 under the current system. That's always my default. But I'm pretty sure Last of Us 2 was post-Oblivion line. It's not slow, it's wrong. I don't know how to describe it, actually. Let's see. Let's look at our audit list here. Right, that makes sense. DOS 2 had pretty good difficulty options as well. StarCraft 2 actually has the best difficulty options we've covered, but of course it does. I think that's pretty much the king right there. Stop there. Game. There we go. Sorry about that. Ah, that's funny. Sure thing, Act Super is better in every way. Sorry, what I meant to say is, I look forward to seeing how this reviews compared to Super. Also, this enemy didn't even exist in the original, so there's another thing for proper remake land. We have the charge beam, which didn't even exist in the original. Albeit a charge, release to fire. Charge attack, jump with full charge. Also notice the charge speed. Which I'm only pointing out because if there's one thing Other M got wrong, it was everything. But if there's another thing Other M got wrong, it was charge speed. Do you remember how long it took to charge the beam in Other M? It was not a short period of time. And yes, I know you could get upgrades to reduce the charge time, but Jesus Christ. Oops. Yeah, we can actually have more than one thing equipped at a time. Something super introduced. Kind of. So, maps! We actually have a map room. That really quick. Come on. I don't like using this word because a lot of people associate it with a negative, but the jump feels... So in Super, the jump feels a little bit more... I agree with that, Roxy. Floaty in Super. Which to be honest, I don't consider to be a bad thing. But more to the point, in this game, the jump feels more like... And yeah, more responsive. In this game, the jump feels more Castlevania-y. Not quite, because obviously Castlevania has committal jumps, and this is not that. We still have some control in midair. But we have a lot less control in midair. I would say Ori 2 has better jumps than Super, to use a direct comparison. I like Super a lot, but it's not that good. Red has better jumps than Super. Press B in Morph Bulb form. Cassette. Oh yeah, hang on. Dean Bedeen mentioned something. Let's go test this. So that is a refill spot. Holy crap. But it did not update the map. God, yeah, there's that increased gravity thing again. The only Metroid I have any memory of using bombs in regular combat in, aside from what we did right now because it was mandatory, is the Primes. Prime 1 specifically. There are several enemies where you can just run around and bomb them to death, and it's a lot easier than getting out of bomb form. Oh, go and save. And yeah, interesting way to tutorialize the bomb, too. But no, Takoida is correct. The bombs are primarily an exploration tool, not a combat tool. You can use bombs, obviously. But you get it. So now we've unlocked even more stuff. We're not supposed to go up yet. Oh my god. Actually, that's a good way to put that, Mr. Ed. It's like TNT instead of a grenade. Wow! Okay, hold on, hold on. Oh, yep, got my tempo off. Ah, I moved at the wrong time. Look, we're not supposed to, but we're gonna make this happen. By golly. Wow, that timing is awful. Oh, I see the problem. I don't think I can get that angle. Hey, Ultragorth. Good tidings. Okay, stop being in an angle. There we go. There we go. So anyways, moving on. Well, I just wanted to prove I could get up there. And then I failed to do a wall jump, admittedly. Ah! These jumps! I'm gonna get used to it at some point. Maybe? Holy crap. Okay, so backtracking. Woo. Yeah, 3 hours later. Hey, there's a thing right here. Hopefully it's not a troll room this time. Can you remember that? You remember that frickin' troll room in the first game? I remember that frickin' troll room in the first game. I gave it its own negative by itself because it was bull crap. You should go to Norfair, my child, and get this item over here. And yeah, so you notice some of the Chozo are literally just here as guidance. I like this. In addition to the obvious fact that it's optional, which is cool, it is straight up, here's the direction to go in. If you remember, I praised Prime for pretty much the exact same thing. Prime 1. I don't remember if Prime 2 and 3 do that. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Also, notice how it just destroys the entire block? Instead of, you know, forcing you to do it arduously. You could. You know how to do the whole thing. It would just take extra time. But rather than forcing you to sit there and arduously bomb each stupid piece, bit by bit, you just bomb it and the whole thing explodes. Little details like that. Hi, Alex. Good tidings. Keep forgetting charge beam exists. Of first of all, go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Still a bit of a troll room, but not as much. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen. Goddamn bugs. Yeah, didn't think that would work. Oh my god! But I killed all the hives. They are eternal. Hey, Twister. Happy... Good tidings. She's not happy, but instead good. Oh my god, these guys are gonna kill me. Go away. Go away. How do you do it, Esdamine? Go away! Man, screw that. I got places to be. Can't come back to 100% later. I don't even know why I bother. I've already 100% of this game. Now, I could debate where I'm going, but, you know, I've got a map. Check it out. The power of the map. Behold its glory. So we never went up. Let's try going up. I'm not sure if it'll let us. Because I know it wants us to go to Norfair next. It's crazy, Alex. But yes. Technically, we've jumped forward a little bit. This is 3... well, counting the primes. This is 5, I think? Metroid's ahead of where we were. But still. I mean, there's a reason we did it in the order we did. And I think going ahead and doing the Game Boy one next was the right call. Before doing the remakes. Imagine doing this and then immediately doing 2 after this. Just picture that. And mind you, I was pretty positive about 2, but still, imagine doing this and then doing 2. Yeah, 2 still got a net positive, although honestly it was kind of being carried by its story score, which I stand by. I can make that. How much sequence breaking am I doing right now? Just out of curiosity. It is explained how Morph Ball works. Check it out. You can actually even double check in case you forgot. Double tap down to take ball form and gain access to narrow passageways. And it tells you how to do the bomb. Press B in morph ball form to set. Yeah, the gameplay in 2 is still problematic. Don't want to overpraise. But God, it's just so much better than 1. And other M. Where'd I put it as -5 estimate? When you say the sheet, because there's like 3 sheets. Actually, there's 4. On the actual review page. Hang on. Sony's latest BS. Sony gonna soda, you know. I'm barely joking. That really is Sony in a nutshell. A lot of people point to Nintendo for being anti-consumer. And they're right. But Sony's worse. Sony's always been worse. Sony's been bullcrap for a really long time. As much as it gets me labeled a fanboy, I tend to be really aggravated by a lot of the bullcrap Sony pulls. And it's probably even more frustrating to me personally because I really hate buying PS3 games. Because it's just so aggravating. God, you're right, Blade Devil. Okay, so... Update. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out, as to me. I probably wouldn't have even noticed that if you hadn't pointed that out. So thank you for that. Okay, back into it. So I think we're technically sequence breaking to even be here right now. I'm going to try to make it happen, Act. That's the goal. I didn't say it wasn't. Oh yeah, hang on. Let's see how refilling health is, shall we? Notice they already have large health upgrades, so that the mere existence of large health upgrades is nice. You also notice they have a 100% drop rate. I shouldn't say that because they're not going to stop dropping, but I'm pretty sure they have a much higher drop rate. If not literally 100%, then higher than, what was it, 1 in 8, I believe? In the original? I forget. I looked it up and I don't remember it. And we're full. Done. That feels like it wants us to come back here later. So, we'll officially stop sequence breaking. Let's go to Norfair. Yeah, sorry, we don't get to spend 19 minutes refilling our 6 health bars. Yeah, you notice how there's actual brickwork here now, too. Check it out. Brinstar actually looks like some kind of a facility now. Which makes sense, given how it's being utilized here. In the future, Brinstar would be completely overrun by foliage, which makes sense. In fact, Zero does a lot of weird things. Obviously, Zero was made after Super, but Zero was specifically designed to lead into Super when it comes to both brickwork and visual storytelling. There's several examples of that, but we will talk more about that when we get to Chizodia, which is probably the biggest example of that in this game. Yes, this is a remake of Metroid 1. I think we could pretty much officially give it the proper remake label right here now. We also get these little extra cutscene things. The Mother Brain is now back to having one eye. Notice they really want you to have the ball to come in here. Okay. I mean, proper remake is a great remake by definition, Crazy Horse. Ah, no one's watching me. It's fine, it's fine. We'll follow the guidance for now. Even just the palette immediately gets across. Look at that. Look at that. Oh no, we can't progress without, you know, doing something we can't do. So. Yeah, nice, quick, efficient cutscenes that get across a lot more than, as I was going through the elevator, I felt as though there was a great eye watching me from beyond. It might even be the Mother Brain itself. It had been some time since I interacted with the Mother Brain. Truly, it was the most mothery of all brains. had it earlier. Okay, reset, reset, reset. The problem is the going right part. Screw it, whatever. I give up. Moving on. The worst remake that isn't a remaster. I'm not sure any bad remake isn't just a remaster. Or a port, for that matter. Let me think about that. Can anyone think of a really bad remake? I'm coming up dry on that. There's a elevator over here? DMC isn't a remake, it's its own thing. So reboots do not count. Where the hell is this? And yeah, Lufia 2's thing. I mean, if you... Oh, okay. Yep. See, that's a reboot again, not a remake. You know what? Warcraft 3 Reforged. It's just enough of a remake to count. Even though it probably shouldn't. Because let's be honest, Warcraft 3 Reforged is a remaster. But it was billed as a remake. Yeah, no kidding, Drakaji. You know what? Resident Evil 3 Remake. I didn't like that at all. That's probably a good example. The Lufia 2 Remake is a full reimagining, and I don't want to get into definitions, but we're up to one. We have come up with one remake, which was worse. Resident Evil 3R. Well, Mega Man 1 Powered Up was awesome. But I'm not as familiar with Maverick Hunter X, so I'm not sure if that was better or worse. But that is what you're thinking of, Maverick Hunter X. It was on the PSP. Oh, I definitely would not put Pokemon Platinum, whatever it was, on remake level. That's arguably a port, to be blunt. It is so bare bones. The only reason I'm willing to acquiesce that it's a remaster is because they completely redid the graphics. The music is very GBA-y. But it's nice that we have music, so I'm with it. Yeah, I know a lot of people, so... Oh, you know what? Hang on, I just thought of another one. Actually, so we're up to 2. Resident Evil 3R and Final Fantasy 3 DS. So, a Crazy Norse asked a question, which I've already forgotten the wording of, which was, can you think of a remake that was worse than the original? And we've come up with 2. FF3DS and Resident Evil 3R. Because the overwhelming majority of games, once they reach the point of remake, by virtue of reaching the point of remake, they tend to be better. And I know you're going to bring up Lufia 2DS, but again, no. Reimagining. That's not a remake. Okay. And yeah, FF3DS, it's... I mean, sure, it added graphics, and it tried to add characters. Failed at it, of course. Hey, you notice I didn't even mention FF7R1 or 2. An example of a reboot that isn't worse than the original. That's tricky, because most reboots suck. Let me think about that for a minute. I have to go up. I must have missed something up here. Let's try not falling this time. I can't make that jump. Yeah. I mean, I probably could with pixel perfect timing, but that's not a intended jump. That's a good one. The recent Hitmans, I would say, are superior to the originals. God of War 4 is not a reboot since it is, in fact, a direct sequel. It's not a re-anything. A reboot's exactly what it sounds like. It's a reboot. It's new. Usually, it's narratively a reboot more than a game reboot. But the easiest way to define a reboot is if it exists within its own continuity, then it's a reboot. If it's intended to be its own completely new thing that may or may not technically connect with the original, then it probably still qualifies as a reboot. To use another example of that, the Abrams-verse stuff over in Star Trek is technically canon with just Trek, but is so much trying to be its own thing and so disconnected from Trek that it is a reboot. God, don't run something by me, Roman Cure. I'm really stupid. So I'm in a corridor. There's a criminal. They take Roman Cure hostage and demand something that would put me at risk. I have the party, but they have a 50%. What do you do? Immediately go after the person and ignore the hostage completely. 100%. Hostage situations are actually pretty binary in real life. Fiction likes to pretend that the moment they gain a hostage, they gain superpowers in order to try and drum up drama. But in reality land, no. That's not how that works. In fact, in reality land, the moment someone takes a hostage is the moment they have screwed themselves over past all point of redemption or recovery. Like, if you rob a bank, oh no! If you take a hostage while robbing a bank, well, now you're screwed. Unknown item. This is something they started adding in Zero Mission. Analysis inconclusive. Item incompatible with current suit. Ah, well. Let's get a refill. Oh, if you couldn't pick that up, I'd be pissed. Exactly, Alex. Probably older, Team Badine. Oh, I was gonna say, do they really expect me to bomb jump out of here? No, they don't. They don't. Okay, back on the surface. Oops. Oh, the ruins around here for some reason. Yes, those are statues of the Chozo. We see a couple of Chozo throughout the course of the games. Ah! God damn it. Power grip. Well, I guess I can stop whinging. Grab and hang from ledges and corners. Now, we can do this. Also, notice the completely different type of statue, by the way. There's a lot of indicators, thanks to hindsight, that the idea of, oh, hey, I actually managed 2 wall jumps at the same time. That the idea of the warlike Chozo, the one tribe that would feature so heavily in Metroid Dread, were ideas that Sakamoto had way early on, and this is one of those indicators. Remember, he'd been trying to increase the story access of the games for years, so that tracks. So believe it or not, this increases our verticality quite a bit. Which is part of why it was so frustrating when we didn't have it, because I kept being like, come on! You can also go directly into Morph Ball. That's a good question, Roxy. Considering Sakamoto himself did that sprite work in the original artwork, it wouldn't surprise me if at least some of it. Probably, Alex. Kind of curious where it really wants me to go right now. Interesting. How many games start you way away from your ship? And then you unlock the ship. But yeah, now we can do stuff like that. And that. And now we're here. Back down into Norfair. Really smooth so far. And I admit the controls are kind of growing on me. I think I will have to gauge it a little bit and score it a little bit worse than Super, because I do think Super controls better than this. But these are pretty tight controls. I think it wants... I just went here, though. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this again. Last time, we didn't have the grip. Which one, Plutonia? Also, smart drops. I never realized how much I like smart drops until I started playing games that don't have them. Like the last few Metroids while we're on the subject. Ah, Jedi Survivor. That makes sense. I would say Dread controls better than Super. Sorry. Obviously it controls better. I would say Dread controls better than Celeste, which is what you were asking. Correct, Roman Cure. Yeah, Dread is in its own category. Dread is just... It's so hard, if you haven't sat down and played it, to really describe how smooth Dread controls. It is crazy. For those of you who have played it, you know exactly what I mean. For those of you who are sufficiently familiar with speedrunning or Metroid games, or play at a higher skill level in general, you know exactly what I mean when I say Dread just controls like iced butter, which is on fire. I don't know. I'm running out of analogies. It's really good. Well, no, you fling butter on, like, some ice, and it just goes, whee! Yes. Everything. Everything's an emulator. You're an emulator. I'm an emulator. Alex is an emulator. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Dread has a one-hit kill, an Oko mode, built into the game. That's how well Dread controls. The ceiling on that game is stupid. Damn it, Plutonian. Trying to make an analogy here. Yeah, lack of rebinding is something that Dread is going to get dinged on compared to some other games I can think of. I like how much variety there is, by the way. Even within the same zone, they have different bricks, different tile sets. Now, Super did the same thing, but that's my point. If anything, I'm kind of happy because, you know, we're out of 2. Oh, don't mistake me, 2 was better than I thought it would be, but you remember what 2 looked like, right? You remember how I had to have people leave stream during 2? Because it was causing them pain to their eyes? Ice Beam. Oh god. So I know that you can stream out of an SP directly into a TV input. Beam can freeze enemies in place. Safely stand on frozen enemies. Loving that. Love that info in the game. Love it. No, I mean, I know there's the Switch Online. That's not what I mean. Like, there's a way to physically hook up an SP to a control to a upscaler actually, and then hook that up to a capture card. I know this because a lot of speedrunners do exactly that. Oh, that's true. We could do the GameCube method. It would be such a pain. I feel bad for the people who insist on streaming on original hardware. We have long since walked away from that on this show. Depends on the game, but sometimes yes, Yura. His timing works differently, and in some cases the emulation is not perfect, so when it gets to the nitty-gritty, it actually matters. Yeah, Trace Rod, yeah. Okay, so it wants me to go back up to Brinstar. And now it wants me to go to Kraid's Lair. That tracks. We have Morph Ball and Grip. Yeah, it says Kraid next. I used to primarily play GBA games on my DS for a really long time, actually. Don't mistake me, the SP is nice and all, and I actually got a lot of use out of that SP. But the DS is just comfortable and fun and enjoyable to use. I mean, the DS was a solid system. I do not begrudge it its sales figures. God, I cannot put into words how smooth this is. By the way, I should mention, I've only played this game once, which was my 100% run years ago. I'm only pointing that out because I'm flying blind here. This is going to get the unfamiliar tag. And yet look at how smooth I'm playing, how unstuck I am. Like, it probably looks like I know where I'm going. I don't. I have no idea where I'm going. I haven't been like, oh man, I should check a walkthrough. Or, oh geez, I'm not sure where to go next. Or anything. Like, this is great. It also has much better indicators, which is also an aspect of guidance. So, God, I need to write down some notes. Hang on. It's okay, Spartan. I've been doing nothing but bashing it the whole time. This game sucks. 0 out of 10. Metroid 1 is clearly better because it respects your intelligence. Yeah, this, I know a lot of people recommend this as their first Metroid. And I'm already agreeing with that. It might feel weird coming from here and then backing, going back to Super, but still. You can also just start with Super. Okay, hang on. So, we already talked about flow. Let's talk about guidance. Overworld is a big one. Yep. Itemization, both of them. If you want to start the primes, so now the primes are kind of in a weird place. The reason I don't recommend starting with the primes now is pretty much entirely because of Prime 2 and Prime 3. If you want to play Prime 1, the remaster, absolutely. It's a solid remaster, good polish up. The load times are much improved, which is a better quality of life feature than you think. The controls are change aroundable. It just plays a little bit better and it plays a little bit smoother in general. And of course, it looks nicer. So, solid remaster, big plus, right? So, that's cool. The problem is, if you then want to play Prime 2, you got to play it on the GameCube, because Prime 2 is system locked to the GameCube or the Wii, excuse me. And Prime 3 is system locked to the Wii. I don't recommend either of those. Not until they've been remastered forward. Fingers crossed. So at the moment, I wouldn't recommend playing Prime at all, unless you're comfortable just playing Prime 1. Okay, yeah, but how many people do, Alex? For that matter, how many people can go afford or procure a copy? Let's see how bad it is, because it's not always that bad. Let's see how much Prime 2 costs right now. $90. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. That's actually kind of low, if we're being honest. I already mentioned that. Flow, guidance, overall music. I already mentioned controls. How much is the trilogy? That's a good question. Which I would never recommend. I want to re-stress that. I would never, ever, ever recommend the Metroid Prime trilogy. If you really enjoy Wii controls, then you're high, but it's $150. Let's see. Okay. I already mentioned map. I didn't mention mini-map. I mean, I kind of am too, Alex, but you can see why I don't recommend that as a general, for everyone kind of a thing, right? Screw it. Oh my god. Please? Oh, no, no, no! And we're dead. Wow! It's our first death. I wasn't prepared for the block to be destroyable, if you're wondering what happened there. So I fell into lava, not expecting it to be a breakable block, essentially. Whoops. So yeah, you should go to Kraid next. Okay. I'm gonna laugh if Super doesn't score second best amongst the Metroids. There's a real possibility. We'll see. I do think... so every prediction I've made with regards to the Metroid series has been wrong so far. Every single one of them. So you can quote me right now, when I'm wrong again, that I think Super is going to score number 2, and I think Dread is going to score number 1. I think Prime 1 is a really, really good game, but it has too many negative points to it that it might drag that score down. I mean, everything about the artifact seeking, you know. Oh, I predicted 2 was going to be crap. Like, I was expecting 2 to bomb Play to All. It's a Game Boy game. Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Before we started the block, before I played 1, in other words, I actually was mentally predicting that 2 would score the worst of the originals. The only possible exception, of course, being Other M. Egg on my face, as they say. Okay, so now that I know that that's going to do that, it's going to make this a lot easier. So I was about to bomb jump up here. I mean, at this point, me being wrong about predictions for games is just becoming a thing. I accept my fate. And yeah, Prime 1 actually has what might be the single worst section of a Metroid game post 2. I will give it 3 negatives when we get there. So, there's a point in Prime 1 where the game guides you to going into the sunken ship. Cool. Thing is, at a certain point in there, pretty early in onto the sunken ship, what you should do is you should pretty much immediately turn around and go to the actual destination. Nothing tells you that. Quite the contrary, the game is continuing to tutorialize you to keep going through the sunken ship until you get to the farthest point in the sunken ship, at which point you cannot progress unless you use speedrunning techniques. And then it's like, oh yeah, you can't progress. Why don't you go to this other place on the entire end of the universe from here? Then you have to go all the way back through the sunken ship, which I remind you, you don't have the gravity suit at this point. So that sucks to do. And then go get the optional stuff in order to be able to progress through the frickin' ship. Then, at that point, you can finally be like, okay, hey, cool. Now I can actually progress and go back to the sunken ship. Now, ironically, the majority of the problem there is the fact that the game so directly guides you to doing that. That it tells you to go up to that wall, and then says, oh, no, turn around, go all the way back, get this completely unrelated item, then come back here. If you know what you're doing, you can bypass that issue, but you can see why that is a huge problem. Yeah, it's anti-guidance, it's anti-flow, and it's a tremendous amount of backtracking in an irritating area to navigate. I like Prime 1 a lot, but there are 2 parts of that game that are terrible, and that's one of them. The other is getting the artifacts. Good morning, Walker. Good tidings. Double checking something really quick. Yep, okay. Cool. I don't know, do you think I could get Varia's suit right now? Assuming it's even where it used to be. Maybe try it. Let's try it. Let's try it just for fun. Just for fun. I don't even know if it's possible. Last time we ran into a sequence break wall up here. I don't know what you're talking about, Alex. I don't see any bug. No, Jessica Martin's a perfectly good actress. I see no problem with her. Unlike half the universe, I understand the difference between voice direction and voice acting. It's gonna take the hit. Or not. interesting. No, Jessica Hale's... Or Jennifer Hale. God dang it. You screwed me up. It's a little bit too expensive. And she's not that great of an actress. I mean, she's a good actress. But, like, I don't know if she's that good. Oh, come on! Let me through! That's... God damn it. Good to know for later. Sigh. All I wanted to do was sequence break. Is that so sad or wrong? Hang on. You looked up what hard mode does earlier. What does easy mode do? I'm still getting used to it, if I'm honest, Spartan. The controls are wonky as hell. It depends on how the game's designed, Boo. Because, well, let me use a direct example. In Metroid Prime 2, you can skip like 80% of the game by walking through walls and going out of bounds the entire time. Is that a plus to the game? No. However, in Metroid Dread, to use a direct comparison, there are several sections where you can, speed run through huge swaths of the game and skip entire things because of clever design or gameplay or whatever. Is that a plus to gameplay? Yeah. Another good example of that would be Mario Odyssey, a game that actually encourages that kind of stuff and tends to put rewards for people who actually bother to try and go outside of the normal bounds of gameplay, because by that era of gaming, Nintendo knew that the speedrunning community existed and started actually baking that sort of stuff into the game. So, Kraid time, huh? Or rather, Kraid's lair. I like the song. Hello, Zalouk. Whoops, sorry. Hit up a little bit too. And goodbye, Zalouk. There is no more Zalouk. I gotta remember Kraid's lair a little bit. Okay. TV Tropes calls that good bad bugs. When a bug actually makes a game better or improved because of its inclusion. Oh, did I mention you could do? I didn't even mention that you could shoot while you're holding onto the wall there. Well, the ledge. Mockball effect, yeah. I have to keep reminding myself that Mockball is not intended in that game. Because, it's not. You have the ledge grab, in case you forgot it earlier. Now, I would argue FF6 is actually made better by several things that were bugs, that were fixed in later versions. Go bigger. I didn't realize I could do this. Yeah, Scan Dash was legit. I don't know why they got rid of that. Then again, I don't know why they got rid of Vanish Tomb, so what the hell do I know? Yes, that is correct, Blake Jamal. It also made you invincible. I'm sorry, that's what you said. Let me say that statement a little bit more clearly. It made it so you could fall into bottomless pits and not die. Which I know sounds like the same thing, but you can see why I list it separately. We'll just call that Celeste mode. Yeah, and then the music would get really wonky. It was great. Zombie mode. That's what I was trying to think of. I knew there was a term for that. Because in game design, there is a term for you can actually die, but it doesn't trigger the actual death effect, and that's zombie mode. I wonder how many items I'm missing as I go here. Oh no! Again, makes sense for a Chozo facility, right? No, I haven't actually, Petoni. How do you activate it? Oh yeah, you can rapid fire missiles a lot more in this one. That's pretty much straight out of Fusion there. And I guess Super. Pay attention. Pay attention. Thank God this is the soft acid and not the hard lava, right? I'm gonna die here. Yep, death. Wow. Second death. First real death. Good save placement. How's that for a weird thought? God damn it. Just drop. Don't, like, plummet. I mean, that is what I hear all the time, Craziners. Like, no, really. All the time. How is that physically possible, Ross? No offense. But are you out of your goddamn... No, for real, though. How? You've got to explain that. You can't just say you enjoy eating gravel over food. You can't just say that. There's got to be a qualifier. Okay, there's got to be something down here I'm missing. On that side, alright. None, Trihexia. We have not killed Kraid yet, although he is next. There's nothing down here? Usually I can find stuff pretty quickly in these games. Good. Sure. Well, the pirates certainly love their cloning, so it's probably a clone. See, that's valid, Ross. You know what? In all honesty, I'm going to go to bat for you on that. If you prefer one because of nostalgia and feelings and, you know, what you had when you were playing this game back in the day, that's actually completely valid. The reason nostalgia has become a bad word is because of, well, a lot of things, actually. But it's always worth keeping in mind that there's actually nothing wrong with enjoying something or preferring something because of nostalgia. Yeah, as I've started trying to get into the habit of doing, and I'm going to keep doing this, nostalgia's fine. Member berries sucks. And member berries is always on purpose, too. There's no accidentally of member berries. I mean, exactly, Zalok. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a game. That's really what the sentence boils down to. So Member Berries comes from South Park, and I only know that because I played the video game. I haven't even seen the episode with Member Berries in it. But I don't need to, because it's South Park and I understand immediately what they're going for. Member Berries is when something is deliberately trying to cash in on nostalgia in a bad way. Another way you could phrase it is Member Berries is bad fan service. You know a whole lot of right now, right off the top of your head, you could probably think of a whole lot of examples of member berries in video games, in movies, in shows. Someone earlier mentioned nostalgia baiting, which is what made me think of it. Yeah, reference at the expense of substance. Good way to put that. Thank you, Estimate. How many missiles do I have right now? Oh, one more. Okay, one more. There. And we're full. Did you see how short a period of time that took? Unlike the earlier grind, too, I was actually pretty low on health and missiles. And that still took, what, 30 seconds? Sorry, I realize I'm saying this immediately after saying that you're valid for liking Metroid 1 over this. Ross. I'm not trying to call you out, I swear, I swear. It's just, god damn, that's so much better. Remember, it was an average of 5 minutes for refills early on, and 10 minutes later on, and 19 minutes at the end of the game, when we had to refill everything. Damn it. Hi. Ho ho ho! Now see, I think Star Fox is going to score pretty well. I do. And admittedly, I can say that with some certainty because I've actually played it recently. Just about a couple months ago. A friend of mine was asking me to cover some games that were, well, short. Short but good was the requirement. And so one of the first games that came to my mind was Star Fox, which I played and then beat, easy route, of course, in like 20, 30 minutes, something like that. Now, granted, I know Star Fox, but still. Yeah, I remember having issues 100%ing this one. I also remember doing it when you get access to Chizodia, you know, way late in the game. Star Fox, the original, not Star Fox 64. Boy, it's some health. Oh, Star Fox 64 is probably, and I say this with sincerity, might actually be our best scoring N64 game. Like, dead serious. That game is surprisingly good. Yeah, let's try it. Oh, very dense. Very dense. Yeah, so good. They've been remaking it ever since. I'm joking, of course. They've been remaking the original Star Fox ever since. Remember, Star Fox 64 is actually a remake of Star Fox 1. And Star Fox 2, kind of combined. Okay. I have not played Star Fox 2 all the way through. I never really saw the point in it back in the day. And when it came out on the SNES Classic, it was like, I mean, and? So I'm not nearly as familiar with that one. I have played Wing Commander. Part of the right, didn't even realize. Oh, come on! not sure what it actually wants me to do here. I like how I said that seconds before I figured out what to do. See, I guess I have anti-nostalgia. Oh, I know, right? Has to mean... Like, what I mean by anti-nostalgia is I remember the bad old days. You know what I mean? I suppose you could call that the uphill, both ways in the snow mentality, but still... I've often said I actually feel legitimately privileged to have been born in the early 80s. I got to experience a lot of things, you know, as they were coming out, as they were new. And I feel like that's always changed my perspective on a few things. A franchise that's been around for a while that handles continuity well. How well would you say? Thank you, Rex, for being part of the show. Give me a moment. I will jot that down. Or Tunic, Axiom Verge, and Mother 3. Done. Okay, I would say a lot of things have gotten better. Especially gaming. I mean, the game I'm playing right now is a good example of that, but granted, this game came out 20 years ago. I stand by my statement, though. Metroid Dread isn't that old. Yeah, I don't think lightsabers would work on Metroids. They literally just consume the energy from them. Well, that's an interesting question. The good is better, the bad is worse. I mean, yeah, Mobage is Mobage. Enough said on that. Where are we? Ah, okay, I see where we are. We've really gone around in a weird way, haven't we? Let's just back up. Alright, whatever. You see, the reason missiles work is because shut up video game mechanics. Any questions? Yeah, I guess the good is better and the bad is worse is a good way to put that. I almost feel hesitant to say that, but then I have to remember that Mobage exists. And unfortunately, in reality land, Mobage does still qualify as gaming, even though it probably shouldn't. I'm going to give up on this. Moving on. Let's see. Yep. That's what I get. Trying to go up a room. Where are we? Oh, Christ. We're actually a decent ways back. Okay. Well, let's backtrack. I guess forward track? Retrack? I don't know what to call that. Do again. Isn't this the game that actually invented the Zero Suit? Which, if I'm not mistaken, is also where it gets its name from. And yes, I'll take the Zero Suit over the awkward aliens reference any day. So, at the end of Alien, and Aliens, actually, Ripley is in her underwear, because sex appeal. I mean, because that way she can enter stasis. So that's why Samus is in a bikini in future games, like Metroid 2, for example. I mean, only the props director and dressing director of Alien will know if it was supposed to be flattering or just, you know, indicative. But either way, now we're going to leave this area and not bother trying to go up. Just going to give up on that completely. Not die this time. Like I said, I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. Spartan. I feel like I want to go that way eventually. That's the way to Kraid. If this is anything like the original map at all. Definitely the intended route. I do like the weighty sound of the missiles in this one. I'm pretty sure it's just straight up from Fusion, but I mean, it's still good. Super, there's a frame. One frame, you can jump off of those, but I am not hitting us. I'm not sure that frame's even there. At least the concept is sound. Oh, come on. All that. All that. There. Dumb game. Screw you, game. This is a Shine Spark room? I wonder I couldn't do it. Everyone up here. Right? Yep, yep. Oh. Right, no, we just, yeah, we need Shine Spark for this. I'm pretty sure. Oh, come on. It's for you, Blue Fusion Volt. How dare you? See what I mean? Nobody cares about positives. Nobody notices positives. They only care about negatives. Proof positive. No pun intended. Yeah, I'm not impressed with the sound chip, but it's the GBA. Of course I'm not. I'm sure there's someone, statistically speaking, somewhere, who likes the GBA sound chip. I don't know who they are, or what's wrong with their ears. Thank you. Relatable. Just don't expect too many positives for music. That's all I'm saying. Don't look at it that way. I would do the same thing for like FF6 or 4 or 5 on the GBA. A game with a great story but terrible gameplay, or a game with a great gameplay but story sucks. I'll take great gameplay with bad story over the reverse 10 times out of 10. A story is important to me, obviously. It adds critical context and purpose behind the game. If it's just an empty sandbox, or worse, a quick sandbox, then what's the frickin' point? But at the same time, if it's a really good story, just skip it, or watch it on, sorry, I'm saying that wrong direction. If it's a really great story, I'll just watch it on YouTube. If it's a really great game with a bad story, I'll just skip it or ignore it. You can't ignore bad gameplay. You can only endure bad gameplay, but you can ignore a bad story. And yeah, we actually have a term for that. It's called a storybook game. And we have the opposite. It's called a squadrons game. Unskippable bad story is bad, although you'll notice unskippable cutscenes is a gameplay negative, and not a story one, and for good reason. That's what I thought. Yeah, tactics with good gameplay? Oof. Hi, Savicom. I'm sorry I didn't have time to respond to you this morning. I meant to give you like a big thought-out response, but I did get your picture. Thank you very, very much. It was heartwarming to wake up to. It's actually interesting. Most of the things, and I stand by this, most of the things that prevent us from skipping a story are gameplay negatives. You ever think about that? Makes sense, though. To be clear, though, because I tend to come down on the gameplay side more than the story side. But to be very clear, I prefer both. The games that tend to really shine are the ones that have both. I was actually asked recently why games like Mega Man and Metroid have been so high on my list for so long. And it's because the Metroid series and the Mega Man series has always been both. Now, they've dipped in quality periodically. Do note that Other M and Mega Man X7 are both in the bottom 10. But you get the point. I've said that before. Mega Man 2 caught my attention, for lack of a better way to put that, with regards to introducing me to the concept of brickwork and the idea of telling a story in the background visuals and introducing a world and a setting. FF6 introduced me to the concept of an RPG and a story-focused game that I actually have good gameplay and enjoyable gameplay. And of course, Super Metroid, which was, for all intents and purposes, my first real Metroid, was the one that just made me go, oh my god, because there's so much visual storytelling and ambience and atmosphere and all those aspects of story, while being Super Metroid. I actually screwed up slightly. Hopefully nobody notices, Savicom, but most of the stats on those boots were specifically put. FF5's a weird one, But I haven't played FF5 since we did our last playthrough of it, so we'll see. Because I've never played the Pixel Remaster of FF5, and I think that's going to skew it a little bit up. I mean, you can't skip doodads, but doodads can be a gameplay negative, Loke. It's very rare. I can think of 2 games that's been a negative for that we've covered after the Oblivion line. One is Spellforce 3, and the other is Divinity Original Sin 2. And that negative is visual noise. When there's so much doodad design that you can't tell the gameplay, that you can't tell the interactables or the important stuff or the enemies or the effects or whatever, that's too much, right? And at that point, doodads can actually be a negative to gameplay. Same general concept with brickwork. Really, really bad brickwork can get in the way of looking at the game. Sorry, the reason I'm sitting here staring at this screen is I don't know where to go. And this is the first time in the entire game that I've not been sure where to go. Now, if this was Metroid 1, the corridor above me, which I've already gone partially into, would be the way to go. And I'd go over that way, and cool. But I ran into a wall on that very quickly, which is why I turned around. So that sucks. I can't go down right. There's that. That's a speed challenge. I don't know what that is. And there's nothing else up there. So I actually am stuck for the first time this playthrough. The intended path in Super, I'll show you when we get there, first of all. The intended path of Super is you dip into Norfair, go to Kraid, fight Kraid first. Then you do a lot of Norfair, and then leave Norfair, go up to the wrecked ship, and fight Phantoon. Then you go back through the new Crateria stuff you just unlocked, which enables you to access Meridia, which you then go fight Dragon, and then you go back through Meridia, down through Norfair to Ridley's lair, where you fight Ridley, and then all the way back up to Mother Brain. Whoops, wrong button. We haven't gotten anything new since Norfair, which is the power grab. So we have nothing new. No, Super is a sequel. Super is a direct sequel to 2, is a direct sequel to 1. Let me walk that sentence back. 2 is an indirect sequel to 1. Super is a direct sequel to 2. Super happens like hours or days after 2. It's right after it. Super is also one of the very, 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 very few Metroid games where Samus is not given a mission by Galactic Headquarters, by the Federation. She's just there to do it on her own recognizance or whatever. Oh, my back. Yeah, her own initiative. She just decides, I'm going to go do this. What's a game where I'm really interested in the idea of the game story but hate how it's presented? Oh, geez. I could probably think of several of those. That's yet another reason Other M is stupid. As if we needed more of those. So, okay, hold on. Let's use logic for a second. So I can make that jump, but only if I don't destroy this block. So I can get up here. It is possible to get up here without sequence breaking. I feel like I'm playing a randomizer. I'm trying to reverse engineer what the game thinks I can do right now. So I can get up here without sequence breaking. Why can't I go through here? This is what I ran into. This is the wall I ran into earlier. A story where I like the concept but hate the execution. God, I feel like there's several examples of that, but I'm just coming up dry for some reason. I'm going to try one more thing really quick, and then I'm going to give up and go back to Brinstar. Because I'm running into a wall pretty hard here. Alright, whatever. Well, not personally Madman Roby, no. Usually I think of Metroid games as an extended to-do list. And filling out, like, because it's very, very common in these games, especially the good Metroidvanias, where you see what you can interact with early, but you know you don't have the item or the kit or whatever to do so, right? And so you put that on the to-do list and you just kind of sit on it for a bit until you do have that item and it's like, aha! Come back to that later. Alright, whatever. Pulling out the map. We've pulled out a map almost every Metroid game so far. What do we got? That's not helpful. Yep, we got that, we got that. We can't get that, we got that. Got that. Didn't get that. Didn't get that. Okay. Sure. Hang on. Let me adjust this slightly. Better? There we go. Where is that? It's this way. Get away, get away, get away. We're gonna try one thing. And by try one thing, I mean we're gonna follow the map and see if I'm right. So I'm just kind of guessing here. See if I just straight up missed something. Wouldn't be the first time. There it is, right there. I did straight up miss something. It's on me, I suppose. So, refill here really quick. It's okay. This won't take 5 literal minutes of real game time. Oh, I said real game. Real life time. All I'm saying is Metroid 1 sucks. Okay, I don't know what you want from me. It's even easier to do, like, just practically, you know, just shoot, walk, walk. Instead of having to do that weird jump thing that started hurting my hands after a while. Yeah, I'm gonna laugh if there's a recharge station up here. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Missiles, Madman Roby, missiles. Yeah, I know, it didn't take 10 minutes. Or 19. Mind you, that last refill in Metroid 1 took us 19 minutes. I'm going to keep reminding people of that fact. Because it took me 19 minutes to refill to full. From 30 health. 19 minutes. Just... I don't even know what to say about that. No, I think Prime is one of the only ones that has the pull-in thing. Yeah, well, I didn't know that, Ross. And nobody told me that. I haven't acknowledged that. If I push hard enough, maybe I could just push through it. Unknown item. No, actually, her turning into a ball isn't as hard as it sounds, to be very blunt about it. There are people in real life who are flexible enough to do the ball trick. I've actually seen a gentleman who was holding his child in his lap and rolling around like a ball as, you know, as a game for the kid. It just takes a degree of dexterity and being skinny, and I think Samus qualifies for both. Probably not, Noctis Exalt. But my point is, her being able to turn into a ball is one of the least impressive things Samus does. And that's all I'm gonna say about that. Jesus Christ. Not used to this kind of enemy spam. It's true, other M allowed her to have PTSD or a midlife crisis, depending on how you look at it. That's gonna refill. I think that's it. Let's save at our full health. That's a good idea. Yeah, she also shrank, but then grew in later cutscenes, but then shrank again. We gotta make sure. We gotta make sure that the men are taller. It's very important. Like, even with Adam, it's at least understandable, if stupid, why they did that. Yeah, I feel like I've wasted my life. Samus has destroyed 5 planets. What the hell have I done with my life? Interesting. Well, we tried Metroid 1 with that test earlier. Mechanicus didn't work that well, weirdly enough. Doom worked a little bit better, but only a little. Oh, hello. So. We're back. You know, I just noticed the level isn't named Kraid's Lair, it's just named Kraid. I'm not gonna call it that, it's just funny. Damn it, Savacom. Why? Why would you do this, Savacom? Why do you hate joy? Yeah, one Kraid. One. We get one. I mean, that is what your cats keep telling me, Savacom. Thank you very much, Savacom. Sorry, random thought. Always appreciate you. And again, good tidings. Hopefully. Yeah, why don't you feed your cat, Savacom? God! So that's gonna be Nina the Howler. We could end here, Chris. Of all Suikoden's! And 4 Heroes of Light. Alright. I've been thinking about this. I had a comment yesterday, day before. It's sort of weird. We're already at Friday. I've been playing Metroid all week. We had a comment recently that basically boiled down to, Laura, why do you like the Metroid series? And I found that amusing because the reasoning for that comment was, what have we played so far? Other M, 1, and 2. But in answer to that comment, if you're watching the VOD right now, look at the score on the screen right now for a little bit of a better example of why it is I like Metroid. Trust me, pretty much every game from now on is going to score like this. Like, we're officially over the hump. Okay. Oh, he's big. Right. I know how to do this fight. And that was absolutely the right call, too. There's a reason I tend to approach things by trying to do the worst first, especially when it comes to a stream. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Imagine going straight from Fusion or Super to Other M. In fact, imagine going to 2 from this, to use another direct comparison. Come on. That's interesting. That's slightly different, but yeah, pretty much, Ross. Honestly, if it wasn't for Tears of the Kingdom, we wouldn't be doing that. Oh, nice. The map updates indicate that he did, which is also from Super. Speed boost. Kraid's totally dead. He's not going to be back in 3 separate games after this. Question is, do we have the other thing? Oh, I was too slow. I get nostalgia, but I do kind of wish that we'd move on from Kraid and Ridley. Although, I guess we kind of have moved on from Ridley, so that's nice. We've had enough of him, you know? think I'm supposed to shine spark this. What do you want to bet? Agreed, Esdamine. Where am I? Okay. What classic Metroid boss would I want to see in Prime 4? I mean, so I think I've already given away my answer. None. But if you put in a gun to my head, first of all, why do you keep putting guns to my head? God dang it, stop it! So you put a gun to my head. That is not that new, Crazy Norse. That is unfortunately normal. So have you ever wondered why I can't whisper anyone on Twitch, Crazy Norse? It's because I refuse to connect my phone number to my Twitch account. So. Okay, so let's see what this is first. Obviously. I haven't heard that Spartan. That would be wild if they went that way with it. Okay. Oh, there. God, I hope not, Estamine. The Silex thing, not the ship thing. Is Prime 4 confirmed? Oh yeah, 100%. Prime 4 is coming out. In fact, I would be willing to say Prime 4 is probably going to be good. And I know this sounds really weird, considering how much I follow behind-the-scenes stuff, but of all the things that make me think that Prime 4 is going to be good, the fact that they were willing to completely can production, restart from scratch, and pull in retro, that's a good sign in my book, not a bad one. Okay. Oh my gosh. Alright. Yeah, it takes... Oh, it absolutely will be, Ross, 100%. It takes... How do I explain this? From a creative and from a designer perspective, it's easy to say, okay, hang on. This isn't working, we need to start over. From a business perspective, that's essentially never done. And any business willing to say, hang on, no. That's a good thing in my book. Because one of those little talents that most business people do not understand is the concept of the sunk cost. The point at which you have reached the point where you should probably just axe the project rather than going ahead and releasing it in a buggy or unfinished state, or in a state in which you know your players are not going to enjoy. Oh my god. Oh my god, what do you want me to do here, game? Yeah, we just said that, Nox. Sorry. I guess that works. There's a shine spark over there I haven't done. Let's go save. Ah. Yeah, missiles for the win. Oh yeah, I saw this at a glance earlier when I was looking at the map, so... There it is. Not have seen that. I'm just gonna admit, needed a guide for that. Okay, so. No. This game came out in 2004. Hang on, so where was I in 2004? In a wheelchair, actually, I'm pretty sure. Could someone do me a favor, look up what month this came out? Because I think I played this the year after, but it might have just been later in the same year. So let's try... This came out in February. So this came out when I was hit by a car. Same month. A little earlier, but still. I have to come up from the bottom, don't I? Yeah, okay. Let's do that then. So, at this point in my life, I was mostly playing WoW and watching Lord of the Rings on repeat. So yeah, it would have been next year, with the SP that my girlfriend got me, that I was playing this. I'd played Fusion before, but that actually wasn't my copy. That was a friend's copy. What do you mean? Oh, no, yeah, like, Kraid's level is definitely the most different of the levels so far from the original. That's part of why I was so lost on where to go. Don't mind me just spending a few seconds refilling. Yeah, we're good. Yes, Crazy Norse, that is correct. It also had a built-in backlight, which was the main thing. No, Act. But we're gonna go as far as we can. Okay. That's a good point. We should probably get low on health so we can hear the beetle leaps. Let me save first. I know, DMBD. Imagine if the Switch had no backlight. Just put that into perspective. Yeah, I actually know several people who don't remember that the GBA originally came out without a backlight. Oop, wrong one. Although, actually, I do want to be in here. Like I don't have the thing for that, or at least I don't think I have the thing for that yet, so never mind. We'll come back to that. Yeah, the little built-in, like it had this thing which was a little flashlight-looking thing, which was this terrible low-wattage bulb, which actually drained the battery of the GBA itself to give you absolutely awful backlighting. You know my favorite thing about the original GBA? Having good light only partially helped, because it could actually hinder, too. You had to have just enough light, and it had to be the right angle. So you had to, like, sit at really weird angles to see the thing properly. Shoot, I never went over there. Before we move on, let's sweep a little bit. Let's get one last thing. Let's get a donation from Razor Corito. Actually, hang on. I need to go the long way around, don't I? Okay, so before we go the long way around, let me see what that donation was. That's what I was just referencing. Jay in the notebook. 100? Razor Corrito? I mean, we're not going to 100%. We never 100% because, well, we rarely 100% because PFR, but still. That's insanity. What do you want to put your other two things towards, though? Yeah, I've played survival games that are mission-focused before. Usually they take like 15 to 18 hours, which is why I put a 20-hour estimate on it. 100 hours. Jesus Christ. I mean, if you're okay with putting that on the list, I'm okay with it. It's probably going to take a while to get funded, though. Where am I? The wrong way. That's where I am. I have had to play an MMO on dial-up. In fact, I've played several MMOs on dial-up. I've played Ultima Online, I have played EverQuest, I have played Asheron's Call, I have played WoW, and everything in between WoW and AC, which is a big list I don't feel like looking at right now. Yep. My best dial-up story. I don't know if I'd call it my best dial-up story. Damn away. Should be enough. So, you remember what dial-up modems used to sound like, right? And you remember how back in the day, some models of those didn't actually have a silence option? Jesus Christ, Roxy. Well, one time there I was, young me. I really wanted to play some Asheron's Call. And my mother was asleep, of course, because that was her default state of existence. And I was like, alright, all I have to do is get this thing. Is this seriously just a backtrack? Is this all this is? Oh my god. Okay. I'll set it to 50 hours then, Razor. We'll see how that works out. Oh, I'm terrible. Lord Hermon. I am the opposite of funny. Just look at everything I've ever written. Anyways, yeah, so I piled up, God, like 4 or 5 blankets and every pillow I owned, and just piled it all around the computer to try and minimize the noise that it was going to be making when it finally did it. Okay, no problem. I've got this. She'll never hear this. So, finally make the dial-up. Now, how many of you remember when sometimes you do the dial-up and the other end wouldn't pick up? God damn it. So I did the dial-up, didn't pick up, and I'm like, you kidding? So now I'm waiting to do it again, having successfully managed it once, and I ended up having to call 3 separate times to actually get it to go through. At which point my mother comes in and is like, why are you making all this noise in here? She was pretty angry at me. My mother was never really a big fan of video games, so the answer of, I was trying to play a video game, was not what considered a particularly acceptable answer for waking her up. Lord, he coming. Interesting way to tutorialize that. Well, since this opened up immediately, let's see what this is. It is an interesting concept, Esdamine. It makes sense, especially given what they end up doing with the mothership. Which I'm trying not to talk about early, because it's something I want to save for when we actually get there. I mean, yeah, it's adding a narrative thread to things when there kind of wasn't before. Works or not, that's up to you. We've talked about it before. Most video games are about illusion to some extent or another. I feel like I get the Varia suit now. Yeah, exactly. It's all about putting on the show. Funniest question Astron's call. I'm going to try not to default to Pookie. Actually, I find the whole thing fascinating. You know me and my interest in the makings of. I don't have high jump. Maybe I can't get Variasu yet. In the original, I couldn't get Variasu yet, so let's try not to sequence break. Let's go ahead and follow the directions. But no, sorry, off topic. I love knowing how they accomplish things. One of the things I've learned a lot of, especially when it comes to platforming games, is just how much effort is put into making the game control and feel smooth. We've talked about this a lot, especially over the Mario series. Because they put so much time and effort into making it feel and play and look smoother than it actually is. And we've talked before about the difference between that kind of good coyote time, good interpretive input, versus bad interpretive input, because bad interpretive input is worse than none. Thanks for that, Assassin's Creed. And yeah, I've played a lot of crap platformers in my life. A lot of good ones, too. At a certain point, you start to notice these things. Alright, so where do I want to go? We can't go to the Red Room yet, because I don't have the Varia suit. Honestly, the speed boost is the only new thing we have. So it's got to be something about that. This is where we got grip. I've actually seen a speed booster tile, but I'll be completely honest, I've forgotten where it was. It's my own fault. Yeah, if I ever make my own platformer, God willing. probably going to just straight up borrow engine ideas from other games. I actually know a guy who has recreated the Mega Man engine in Unity, for example. There. Oh, I'd love to make my own Metroidvania. Really. But I would never do that first or second or even third. I've said it before and I've said it again. Metroidvanias are one of the 3 hardest types of games you can make. That's something you want to put some very careful and serious thought into. Oh, hey, we finally got the trigger. Oh, I don't have super missiles. Okay. Huh. MMOs and open world games. All 3 of those, you're probably thinking, but I can think of all types of games like those that suck, and that's the problem. Making a good open-world game is much harder to do than it sounds. Same thing with an MMO, same thing with a Metroidvania. And there is some bleed over here. Oh, but the point remains. FPS? Nah. I could make an FPS today. It probably wouldn't be great, but I could do it. We just have too many tools and too much design philosophy when it comes to FPSs. I don't mean to sound dismissive. Good FPSs are great. But if you want to start game development, an FPS is a really good thing to jump into. My favorite storyline in vanilla WoW? Ooh. Probably Tyrion Forge-Ring. Probably. Because that whole arc, going from the Western Plagues to the Eastern Plagues, then through Stratholme, I think also through Shalomance, and then back to the Western Plagues, that was legit. It's also one of the first true story arcs in WoW. In fact, I believe it is, in fact, the 3rd. Put that towards Warcraft 1, the FF1 comparison block, Steins Gate Elite. Thank you very, very much, Vandalia. RPGs are a common first project because they're piss easy to code. I don't mean that as an insult. No, I do. I mean that as an insult. RPG Maker, right? Problem is, there's a reason we use RPG Maker as an insult word. Yeah, making a good RPG is actually pretty hard. Much harder than, say, making a good FPS. Yeah, I know a lot of people... Yeah, platformers are really high up there, too, in terms of early projects. I know a lot of people who have asked me before, why haven't you started making your own RPG, considering how easy it is to do. And it's like, well, to make a good RPG would be a huge time investment. High jump. Now we could get the Varia boots. Or the Varia boots. Wow, Lar. Varia armor. In fact, I might backtrack to get that right now. Oh, we can also jump in morph form. Nice. What kind of FPS would I make? That's actually a tough one. Oh, that's good jump height on it too. Look at that. Okay, that's... Come back here with the suit. That says... Way back. Yeah. I don't know, what would I make for an FPS? I mean, I'd probably set it in the X stand, because I'd set everything in the X stand. loser. Shut up, Madman Robbie. Look, I've been playing Metroid 1 and 2 lately. What do you want from me? Yeah, no, the Defias storyline was really good up until it just sort of stopped. In Dustwallow Marsh, specifically. So I'm making a tutorial FPS. If I'm being honest, I should probably... Oh, it's going to tell me to get the various suit, isn't it? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Above the top loop? Yep. Yep. That's what it wants. It's doing that anyways, game, but I appreciate the guidance. Thank you. Yeah, no kidding, Brazen Horse. That story thread wouldn't be continued until, Wrath. Barely. What was that? Oh. Accept that. Where are we? Nope, that's a good question, Estimate. It kind of does. I'll let you say that. Rain? Wow. Actually, yes, Madman Rowie. I've been in a few of those. I'm going to save. We haven't saved in a minute. Okay, so I'm going to be really... Like, if I'm making an FPS, and it's my first game ever, we're going to make it very bare bones. And it's going to be very, very low tier. I'm not going to try to tell some big epic story. I'm not going to try to be super ambitious with it. It's probably literally going to be like a shooter simulation in lore, right? Where the hell? Oh, that makes sense. So, you know, the narrative of the entire idea is that you are going through a simulation as a member of the military in order to try and learn how to fight, right? Good tidings you're putting. Head-on is also not the kind of thing I would recommend making for a first game. The arc is so weird in this game's job. Pong. Raise my eyebrows at you, Dean. I'd probably make it pretty short, too. You know. Since the whole point would be to understand basic things. I would have to do at least some kind of scripting. The hardest part with making an FPS would be enemy AI. That's something I'd have issues with. Is Duck Hunt an FPS? No, Duck Hunt is a point and click. Think about it. I don't even remember it, you boy twice. It's been so long. I also don't own GoldenEye, and never did. I was talking about that with a friend, and I think I mentioned this on stream. By complete coincidence, the N64 was the one and only time in my life where I didn't have friends to play video games with. it's part of why I didn't get as much use out of the N64 as other people did, is because the N64 is a party game, or excuse me, a party console. So, you know, you bring your friends over, you pop in the N64, you play one of those games, like Bomberman, or GoldenEye, or Smash, or Star Fox, or Mario Party. You get it. Yeah, 4 controller slots and relatively cheap controllers, so getting new ones was easy. And most people I knew actually had, you know, like you get your own controller, right? And you hold on to your own controller and you just bring it with you when it came time to go over to your friend's house. Mario Kart, that's another one. That's new. Yeah, hint, hint, there's something up here. Much better hint than earlier. Tell you what. Those are actually hurting. Would you like not suck, please? Thank you. No, it's fine, Blade Travel. Just do me a favor. Don't watch the Mario Kart 64 review stream. It's probably going to score the worst of all of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope, can't do it. The SNES is the only one that might challenge it. Of course, as we already talked about, my ability to predict these things is bonkers terrible, so who knows. Like I said, the SNES version might score worse. But even if that's true, that still puts the N64 one as the second worst. Varia. Decreases damage taken from enemies. Prevents damage from acid and heat. And makes us change color, but not get a new suit, because screw you. That's not until 2. Which handheld device did I play the most? So I'm going to discount the Switch. That's actually kind of a tough one, though. Because we've got the DS, the 3DS, and the PSP, and I played all of those a lot. Yeah, that's Super, Bad Ben Robbie. Super had a lot of hidden moves for some reason. Game, I figured this out at this point. Just let me have the thing. Oh, well, we finally have 3 E-Tanks. I feel like I'm behind on E-Tanks. I probably missed a few. I think I'm going to give it to the 3DS in the end. Between all the remakes and unique games and fun stuff on the 3DS, I think it's just the most for me, personally. I mean, I nearly 100%ed Second Life, for God's sakes. Or Fantasy Life, excuse me, Fantasy Life. Enough said, right? So we never went right last time. Now we have High Jump and Varia. The variant. And yes, I know, it should probably be pronounced barrier, and I don't care. Damn. Have to come up from there. They just do damage over time. Yeah, sorry, not Second Life. Not Second Life. I had to correct myself there. Actually, yeah, they do. I think they're just straight up bugs, but yeah. Yeah, it was a mistranslation and they just stuck with it. Come with me. Come with me, little bugs. Thank you, little bugs. I will spare your pathetic lives. Hey! Let's unlock the way forward first, shall we? Or the way backwards, I guess I should say. Let me guess. Now we go to Ridley. Yep. I've actually got 2 things on my to-do list right now, not counting the spot where I am right now. Okay, so... I believe this game is not on the Switch, but Fusion is, I think. Someone track me on that. I don't think I even have the Plus subscription right now, so I don't even know. I own this game on the GBA, so I don't know what you want from me. There you go. 1, 2, and Fusion. I didn't know 2 was on the Switch. Oh, I know Super is. Because that's how my niece started playing Super. Oh god. So I'm guessing on the Switch it's just the green screen, right? Or the green scale or whatever. Because yeah, that sounds terrible. So, barring new stuff, I think we've actually swept Brinstar. Wait, they made a Switch version of Dread? Holy crap. Why didn't anybody tell me? Jeez. I haven't saved in a while. It's just in case. Just in case. That's a good point. We need a Dread remake. I mean, it's been a few years since Dread came out. Actually, could someone do me a favor who's bored? How long did it take between the release of Last of Us and the Last of Us remaster? know it's a pathetically small period of time. $15 minutes. No, I mean like the actual number, though. Non-memeingly. Okay, so let's go up first. Then we'll do the phone. Well, I think The Last of Us 2's remaster was, like, even shorter, wasn't it? Or am I misremembering? I mean, that's the logical thing to do, Crazy Horse. Even from a business perspective, there's a logic in remaking your worst game first. As long as it's a good remake. That's why people don't do it, is because it's a gamble. 1 year. God, that's pathetic. Oh, not the part 1. That's still pathetic. So here's the bonus point question. How long has it been? Ooh. Since Metroid Dread came out. See, I'm telling you. We are primed for a remake. Excuse me, a remaster of Metroid Dread. I mean, what's really sad is the hardly different remasters is not a new thing. Anyone remember HD, FF10? I don't have that version. I have the version after that. Tell you what, the speed boost in this just feels straight up fusion, which I suppose makes sense. Yeah, this is kind of where I want to go. What was at the bottom, though? Oh, right. This thing. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Is the right area? Yep, okay. I mean, I don't know where I'm going, tell you. And I've gotten lost twice so far. Well, once, really. There's one big moment I got lost in. Which I am going to ding the game for, to be clear. Holy crap. Damn it. I'm also kind of wrestling with the controls. That's more of a me thing. They're just very much not what I'm used to, especially after the last few days. Yeah, too weighty, the word I want to use. I'm not going to ding him. It's throwing me. Well, yeah, same engine, so that would make sense. God dang it, I gotta do this along it. Oh, good, Raymond. Actually, I do, Roxy. The Game Boy in particular, as in the original Game Boy, had a whole lot of D-Masters on them. Now, I only played a few of them, though asterisk, but the few I played kinda sucked. That's an interesting background. Oh my god, Roxy, why? Why would you torture yourself this way? Why do you hate life? Okay. Alright. Oh god, Mega Man Extreme. At least the Mega Man Game Boy games, the original Mega Man Game Boy games, were, you know, new games and not remakes. Hold on, what? Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Jesus Christ, Act. Wow, okay. Well. Guess I won't be playing that game. Whoops, that's Metroid 1. This is what I want. I haven't even bought the game yet, and I'm kind of glad about that all of a sudden. We don't have super missiles. Okay. I mean, of course Ridley gets his own area. Dude, have you seen the ego on that guy? There it is. Well, we saved recently. It was an illusion, anyways. Ooh, okay. God, what's down here that's worth all this? Nothing, apparently. I mean, I see where it is now, so let's come back at that with full health at some point. Get a little more organic in the background. That's horrible. I think the flora is fighting back a little bit here. This looks like a refill spot. Let's refill. Let's refill. It's okay. It doesn't take long. Let's actually save at full. Couldn't do me a huge favor and look up how many missiles Zero missions Mother Brain takes specifically. I'm sure it's different than 35, but I could be wrong. Come back to that. Could just be 35 again. My God. Trying to go over here with full health. Jesus. Very soon, Walker, yes, that is going to be true. Oh my God. Okay, this was a mistake. So, how many of you like Burning Death? Okay. Well, we saved before we did that. I'm guessing supers. No, wave beam. Oh no, we're about to lose ice beam. No. Made up of energy, waves can pass through solid objects. See, I'm actually joking. Obviously, we. What do you think this is? A bad game? Of course we can have more than one and weapon type on at the same time. Interesting way to show it off. Yeah, pretty sure you're right, PM3X, just like Super. So I wasn't expecting Wave, I was expecting Super Missiles. Well, let's jot down some thoughts while we're thinking about it. I mean, it's not like it'd be that unusual for there to be a one bad egg amongst community managers at a company. And I don't want to throw community managers under the bus, because Lord knows they have a really, really hard job. But that is a thing that happens. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Roxy. Pity your front desk. They do not enjoy their job. God dang it. Let's deal with this stupid thing. Get out of the way. We just straight up murdered that thing. Holy crap. See, the thing is, I'm stuck. I cannot go back, and it's in the way to go forward. So this is the route, is to push through this thing. Oh, I hit it. Wasn't even that many shots, too. Yeah, that was my first thought. That's why I kept bombing to find a tunnel. Amusingly enough, that's what immediately led me to figuring out how to actually damage the darn thing. Jeez. What the hell's going on down at Ridley's lair? What did they allow to overgrowth down here? Did the Chozo allow it to overgrow, or did the Space Pirates? Because it's been a minute since the Space Pirates took over this place. Oh, I remember this fight. I don't know why I remember this fight of all things, but I do remember this fight. To Ridley's lair, shall we? Here's what I want to know. How does Ridley get down here faster than we do? We're quite a ways below the surface at this point. And he just zooms on down here. He flies. I mean, I suppose I can't argue with that. Nothing there. I give up. Each Chozo group died to a different thing. To answer you, Act. Still need super missiles. And why does Ridley live in, like, this hellscape instead of, like, anywhere else? You'd think one of the high commanders would be like, oh man, I get the nice place. But no, he lives in this crap place. You know, that's a good point, Dakota. We'll talk more about that when we get there. I get the weird feeling I'm supposed to already have super missiles by now. But I have no idea where super missiles are, because they're not in the original. There's barely enough time to get up a dash. Just barely. We'll try the other way. Alright. This is now 2 times I've had to look up where I'm going. Let's see. Ridley's Lair. Where are we? We are here. Okay. It might help if I actually tab to the game. I mean, I don't think the map helped, to be honest with you. But we're going to try something. Come on, come on. There. Ah, damn. How the hell was I supposed to know that? And it's one way anyways. So that's actually an exit, not an entrance. Okay. Yeah, let's try one more thing before we just straight up backtrack. Anything over here? Nope. Okay, we'll just straight up backtrack. I'm out of ideas. Okay. supers. Let's say it's Baby Dragon here. Less skulls in her, but you know. Yeah, I do like the dink and the missile bouncing off. It's a nice indicator. What? Oh, Jesus. I think that was a bug. No, not that kind of, you know what I mean. That was actually a little close. But whatever. I always have issues with Dragon, so that makes sense. No, I mean, you probably didn't catch it, Tully, but I killed him off camera. And so he just kind of, like, despawned. Thankfully, he still understood how to then, you know, open up the supers. Oh, that's normal. Okay, sure. I would have assumed that was a bug if you had not told me. I know, bugs in a Metroid game. But now that we have supers... I mean, considering Metroids are constructed creatures, I'm not sure they qualify as either, Mr. Red. They like energy, but no, I don't think they're actually energy beings. I know where this is, because this is how we fall into... Yeah, thank you, game. This is how we fall into the corridor from hell. I actually showed that off when we were playing Metroid 1. Oh, hang on, Simple Gamer. Let's find out what you're on about. Hang on, hit the stream brakes. What do we got? What do we got? Ow. That's true. They do have an insectoid phase. That's valid. Now we waited for a second while it loads. No, Trihexia. The Metroids so effortlessly and continuously crush the X-Parasites wherever they are. The Science Cast, or Tribe, or whatever, did their job quite well. I think the music, I know it's muted right now, or subdued, lowered in volume, I don't know. You are correct, Simple Gamer. That's a straight up screw up. Nothing else for it. I have your entry for Opus Magnum. I have your entry for Graveyard Keeper. I did not have your entry for Phoenix Point, even though I wrote it down. I don't know what to say there. Moving on. It's rare that I just straight up miss an entry like that. Yeah, what's with all the soul enemies down here, too? While we're on the subject. I just noticed getting a missile upgrade does not actually increase your current missiles, only your max. God, I blew a lot of missiles on that stupid Dragon boss. Stop dropping supers when I don't need them, please. Thanks. I mean, we know the third dimension, or excuse me, the sixth dimension actually exists in this setting. So it's not that out of bounds to say that, you know, these are literally ghosts of Chozo, or other victims of the space pirates. I feel like this is going to be our exit after we kill Ridley. I have no idea what they are, which is sort of my overall point. I am calling them Lost Souls because that's what I mentally thought of them as for a while. They show up in Super as well. Congrats, Mad Robin. Yeah, this looks like a refill point. Let's get our missiles back up, shall we? Please stop dropping supers. It's taking a little bit longer. I mean, I do have 100 missiles to get up. Bad. I'm almost done. I've noticed it's not completely smart drop, but have you caught that? Occasionally, but rarely, they will drop health and they'll drop supers when I don't need either. It's like it's inclined to be a certain type of drop rate, but not guaranteed. It's weird. Where are we at? Alright. Let me jot down some notes really quick before I forget them. Sure. Oh, is it going to actually make me go through the corridor of hell? That's interesting. I wonder how bad it is in this version. Well, we're already halfway through the corridor of hell, if that gives you an idea. In the corridor of hell specifically, or in Ridley's lair, has to be. Well, that was the corridor of hell right there. That helps. Nowhere near as bad as in the original. Holy crap. I wonder what it's like on hard mode. Anybody else get Ghost House vibes from the music? From, you know, the Mario series? Just any of them, really. No, I don't think we'll do that, Zactat. Tarkin doesn't need to get his hands on Metroids. I'll take that. I've only really gotten stuck twice, and one of those getting stuck was, like, really brave Spartan. So, yeah, I'm having fun. If anything, I'm having so much fun, I'm having trouble gauging the review. I have to pause every now and again to mentally readjust where I'm at in the review. Yeah, that's what I thought was about to happen. Ooh. The card! Ugh, that loser. Yep, those are turbo boosters, I figured. Okay, well, let's save and let's try this and see what happens. You know, I just realized something. Despite being a GBA game, Samus is taking up less real estate on the screen than she did in the Game Boy. Listen, I've seen the Picard show. Ooh, okay. That's all I'm saying, Zartaft. Picard Season 2. Completely killed my respect for the character forever. I'm joking. But, he is kind of a loser, if you think about it. Okay, so that's... I mean, after all, he wants to retain the Metroids. Does that sound like something a winner would do? Not to get into Trek talk, but actually recently Kirk kind of became one of my favorite captains again. Which was kind of strange to me, honestly, but here we are. A lot of that has specifically to do with Season 1 and 2 and the movies. And yeah, that's the problem. Kirk is absolutely terrible when he's, you know, not. But we could say the same about all of them, so that doesn't mean anything, really. No, come on! What was that? I really want to know what's over there. But I shouldn't waste everyone's time. I didn't even mention Janeway. I was just thinking, favorite captain, which is a pretty common topic. Reminds me there's an item in here I didn't actually get. I should figure that out. Ooh, a worthwhile item. Yeah, I imagine most people would pick Cisco or Picard. And for good reason, it's worth noting. Yeah, that's what I thought. He's hit for 20. It's just not as big of an issue because refills are better. It's almost like fixing the itemization has drastically improved the game. How strange. I mean, you can technically pick anyone, but Sulu is defeating the point of the question. We're being honest with ourselves. Okay, just for the sake of curiosity, I want to make a save state here. Just because I want to know. Not this. I could get this easily. I guess I'll make a save state here. No, okay, hang on. I just want to know. Without doing that whole backtracking thing again. There we go. I thought it was, because I'm stupid. I'll take that. Yeah, that what we just did doesn't count as a cheat, although, really, if I'd realized it was that easy, I would have probably done it first try, but that's me being stupid. Take my stupidity tax. Alright, so who wants to see how bad Ridley is in this version? Because I don't remember. I mean, Kraid was alright. He was cool. So the backup save there. Why do you think the pirates use eyeballs as defenses for their frickin' walls? Hi, Krenzler. Let's do it. No, there's nobody here. Oh well, whatever. That is a damaged statue. That's 3 unknown items. I wouldn't worry too much about it. And I believe we now have max E-tanks. No, I wouldn't pick Cisco. No way. Cisco's a great character, but I wouldn't want him to be my commanding officer, you know what I mean? Oh well, guess we'll just leave. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hell of an opener. I mean, it's between Kirk and Picard, so. But I'm leaning more towards Kirk if we're picking the best version of a character, which is generally what's assumed there. God, he hits hard. And we're dead. Wow, he hits hard. Of course, I lost way too much health in the very beginning there. Good God. He's got body blocked into the pit. Yeah, getting out of that lava is a thing. See, that's not true, Madman Roby, and I'm going to keep pointing out how untrue that is until people start to recognize how untrue that is. McCoy was the player back in TOS. Nobody remembers that. Everyone just remembers the memes. Okay, so let's not stand in the corner where there's about to be a lava pit this time. Game. Game. I think it's the most wall jumps I've managed this entire playthrough. Hey, there we go. And he's dead. Yeah, it's funny how well that goes when I don't end up getting dumped into the freaking acid pit at the very beginning of the fight. Or, excuse me, lava pit. What is Picard at his absolute best? I mean, why wouldn't they be? That just makes sense. Damn. That's true, I did use super missiles. Yes, and Ridley is very dead. Wink, wink. So now we're just going through that area, right? Yep, okay. Alright, I need to do this. I don't mind super missiles if they're used well. Kind of like power bombs when they're used well, which they usually aren't, in the interest of fairness. Like, if a super missile is a big freaking deal, I'm kind of with it. That being said, there is one other circumstance in which I like super missiles. Kind of. This is pulling it technically. But in Prime, missiles give you... You basically gain mega missile attacks that drain your missiles as you're using them. And those are awesome. Can we have more of those in the series, please? Because, yeah, that was great. I love that. Kirk's an easy one. Undiscovered country. No question. Okay, get a little higher. Come on. Oh my god, come on, come on. Okay, what do I get for all this? A missile. Cool. Archer, it's kind of a spoiler, but it's in Season 4. It's when he and Shran duel. That moment has always stuck out of my mind, because that's actually, I mean this sincerely, Archer at his best. He is ground down, upset, angry, and kind of depressed, honestly. And I know that sounds like a weird thing to say as him at his best, but I stand by it completely. Because it allowed him to push past a lot of nonsense and actually accomplish things, which is something he'd been having issues with for, frankly, the entire show. Janeway's tougher. I think I agree with the drumhead, even though I do have an issue. One negative for the drumhead, but that was still Picard at his Picardiest, so I'll give you that. So we didn't get whatever's up there, but otherwise, I think we actually swept down here. And I'm not 100%ing, so woo! So, Janeway. That's actually a little trickier, if I'm being honest. Aww. Someone actually managed to destroy one of the statues. That's not easy to do. Okay. Ah, okay. No, that's why I'm hesitating so much. Yeah, screw attack. I'm hesitating so much on Janeway, because there's so many different Janeways what's the one you prefer, and then pick the best out of that, right? Yeah, can I get a refill, please? Thank you. See, I thought about Workforce, but that really is cheating. For the same reason that the killing game is cheating. I do like how they visualize screw attack here. Actually, I've got one for Cisco. Battle of Siege of Air 558. Whatever the damn number is. Yeah, let's save first before we go back down. Like, that is Cisco at his best. He made arguably the incorrect call and did something extraordinarily dangerous and stupid because he just could not bear the thought of his troops being forced to stay behind and suffer for his war, for the thing that might help them in the war that he helped to cause. That is absolutely Cisco right there. Big bada bang. That is definitely a weird pick. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to rescind your license. You're fired. This is a long corridor. What the hell is at the end of all this nonsense? Space jump yet. I don't feel like coming back to here, so... God damn it. I know it was going to happen, too. Alright, I give up. Whatever. Moving up on it, moving away forever. Janeway at her worst is alliances. Archer at his worst, I actually agree with Cogenitor. Although, well, I mean, actually, Night in Sickbay is technically Archer at his worst. Because he literally commits genocide, but, you know, whatever. That one's kind of an asterisk-y one, because it was such a last-minute change and so stupid on so many levels. Do I have to? Okay, no. No, we've got 2 other games before we get to... 3 other games before we get to Super, in fact. As the next command will show you. Have you heard my speech about Night in Sickbay, Spartan? Because I did a whole diatribe about it just about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. I guess it's actually Dear Doctor. I get those 2 episodes so confused, because they both are Flock-centric episodes that suck, for, you know, their own reasons. Did I ever... Right, that's post-game. I keep forgetting. Oh my god. Take this from... Is this where I want to go even? Hang on, now I want to go there. And then... Yeah, no, this is kind of where I want to go. Let's go to source. Oh, that's easy. Far between the stars. Ahem. Or whatever it's called. The 50s episode. I can't think of the name of it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I wouldn't say that's Cisco at its worst. That's the whole show at its worst. Jesus. Sure thing, Aunt Diddy. So once upon a time, the Chozo were like, you know what? We like genetic engineering. And now there's seahorses who exist in lava. Any questions? Oh, you know what? Okay, I've got a real episode for Cisco. So, the one where he bombs people because he's obsessed with revenge is actually probably the worst Cisco episode. Like, they didn't even do a really good job of explaining his motivation there. He's just obsessed with revenge, the end, and it's kind of dumb. Having said that, the one that irritates me the most is when he's seeing visions from the prophets. And prioritizing his life and health to the point of risking death in order to keep seeing the visions. And doing so despite the massive protest of everyone who cares about him, his friends and family. To the point where he actively ignores his son's wishes on the matter and is actually disappointed in Jake when Jake makes the call medically to save his life. That rubbed me the wrong way pretty hard. Picard's easy, although I don't remember the name of the episode. It's Worf's brother episode over in season 7. Whenever Picard's like, yes, we must watch and ignore these people's plight and let them die. It's the worst Prime Directive episode in the entire franchise. See you around, Madman Roby. Have a good one. And Picard just sits there and preaches about how we need to watch all these people, you know, suffer and die because no reason given. Or to quote Portal, reason not found. I would say it's a worse Prime Directive episode than Justice. Worst of Kirk is easy, frankly. Because it's the worst of so many characters. It's just such a crap episode. Turnabout Intruder. The worst episode of Trek ever. Turnabout Intruder, Spartan. Last episode of TOS. Am I at least going the right way? I am. Okay, good. Hey, yada. Yeah, it's true, Blade Cheval. It's absolutely true. So we made it all the way back here. What was worth it? Probably a missile. What do you want to bet? I thought it was nothing. Literally nothing. Ugh. Sorry, one moment, please. Okay. You will be my oldest. I mean, yeah, that Shatner can act. We have so much evidence of this. That is not him acting. So, worst Kirk. We've already did worst Kirk. We already did worst Picard. Worst Cisco. Worst Janeway, which is alliances. And we already did worst. I guess it's everyone. Since I don't really count New Trek. New Trek exists. Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's it for Northrop. I mean, we could 100%, but we're not doing that. So, yeah. Let's go beat the game. Wink, wink. Look, I'd try to be coy, but honestly, the fact that I'm not going to let us close off the guessing game when we go up to beat Mother Brain should probably say all it needs to about where this is going. That being said, we'll probably beat the game today. This is a good Metroid game. Hell, even Other M only took a couple of days. Whoops. They really want you to have Space Jump for this area. Which is funny, because Space Jump is actually in Norfair last I checked. Well, it is in the original, I should say. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, so... Still couldn't catch it in time. Oh my god, okay. This might actually be impossible without Space Jump. Oh, okay. Moving on. I mean, it's just a missile upgrade, so it's honestly a big fat whatever there. I was just being thorough since I was right here. What plus to story do you think it should get, Act? Oh, it's crazy, Villages No. And by the way, the last 3 Villages No. I'm just used to it now, Cashel. So, in short, no. Metroid 2 was net positive. That is a true statement. Which I shan't disagree with. I mean, the arc really has been pretty, as Blade of opened earlier, the arc has been pretty solidly upward trending. Another funny thing about the way we're doing this specifically. So, no space jump. No gravity suit. I'm trying to think what else we're missing. I think that actually might be it. The space jump's the only thing we're missing from the original. I think I'm gonna just be okay with that. I can live with it. No, Space Jump was in Metroid 1, Talia. I should know, I played it like a couple days ago. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Screw Attack. God damn it! No, you're right. God damn it. It's really sad that 1 and 2 are that similar in my mind. I already gave the cutscenes their own positive, so I hope they deserve it. I like how they just straight up give me a refill here. Don't have to farm, just head into Turian. Here we go. Open up. Reminder, the Metroids are psychically under the control of the Mother Brain here. And they're eating a space pirate. Little touches like that really help to emphasize the, shall we say, the relationship between the space pirates and the Mother Brain. For those of you not aware of it, the Mother Brain is actually a Chozo invention. She was built and designed by the Chozo to run Chozodia, which was the Chozo outpost that they built here on Zebes after their ship crashed here thanks to Phantoon. I know, right, DVD? Chozodia. I do like the warning we get for the Metroids. Oh, that was fast. They come in from the background. Nice touch. We actually have to kill the Metroids here. Because red rooms. Oh, God. Hello, Evo. And hi, Pillow. Sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Lots of dead pirates. The Metroids have been feeding. Now, in the manga, Metroid Prime actually founded the space pirates. But that detail is probably not canon, along with a lot of other things about the manga. Instead, what ended up happening is actually pretty banal, but I kind of like it. The space pirates came here to salvage, probably drawn here by the Mother Brain, because she had already betrayed and taken out many of the Chozo who lived here. Oh my god. And she just kind of ended up usurping a degree of control over the organization. Or at the very least, the local organization. Nice place. A little more intense than last time. Also blowing a lot of missiles on these things. Why did she betray the Chozo? So, the Mother Brain was designed to facilitate order. In other words, she is a completely bog-standard AI gone rogue. And yes, she absolutely would, Venetia. Hello, Geludo. Let's try to refill a little bit here while we're here. Yeah, the plasma shots. I don't know what they're called. Yeah, I'm just checking what my max missiles is. 145 is my max missiles. I don't know how many I need for Mother Brain, but I'd kind of like to not have to farm after starting the Mother Brain fight. I don't even know if the Zebatites stay gone in this version. Yeah, I did, Evo. It's a very strange question. I had a baked potato with a bunch of meat and cheese on it. One more. Okay. Those guys were mean. Yeah, there's a name for everything in this series. It's kind of weird. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hi. Right, no space jump. No I keep thinking I have space jump. I have screw attack. Surely I must have space jump. Cataclysm Classic? I mean, if you're interested in Classic, you've probably lost your chance to go be interested in Classic. You'll play Season of Discovery instead. You want to play good WoW? Go play retail. I do, Mr. Red. I'm not sure why, I'll be honest, but I do. I've tried many types of coffee act, but I sincerely doubt that I'm going to spontaneously like a cup of coffee differently. Because of something like that. I like those updated visuals in the background, by the way. Oh, by the way, the Mother Bane fight is quite different in this one. I remember this. Harder, I would say. Please. Grab the ledge. Thank you. No, for real. Grab the ledge. Oh my god. So, we're locked into this room for the battle. That's cool. With lots more stuff shooting at us. Oh my god. Get out of the goddamn lava! I can't stay out of the lava! I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna die because I can't get out of this freaking lava. You tell me, Evo, I'm a little busy right now, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm just give up. Look at this. Look at this. I cannot get out of the lava. Yeah. Cool. I can't even reach the right platform. Good lord. The little bullets are the things that are throwing me the most personally, but I am terrible, as we've already talked about. Please grab the ledge? Like, sometimes she just does not grab the ledge, and I'm not actually sure why. Please grab the ledge. Oh my god. A little bit less time than last time. A little bit tighter platforming too. But but also less to do. Once again, showing that improvement in design philosophy and not just making the same thing with prettier graphics, but actually improving upon the intent with which it was made. Or making it worse. Depending on your opinion. Don't worry, we'll save the animals. Oh, we did it! Game! GG! Definite win! Super win! This threw me pretty hard the first time it happened. So if you ever wonder why her ship's completely different here, that's why. Super loner. So, who's ready for the final dungeon? There's also post-game, which we're not doing, by the way. The timing of my escape couldn't have been worse. I was attacked by space pirates and left nearly defenseless. Stripped of my power suit, all I had for protection was my rather useless emergency pistol. Infiltrating the space pirate mothership so armed may have been foolish, but I had no choice. Could I survive long enough to escape? I'm curious how this is going to fare in review. Because, well, some people love this, and some people hate it. For more information, tune in after the lunch break.